Hello. It is time. Yeah. So I remember like the last thing that I was talking about was, what was that? Here we are. What would this be like? Would this be some, I don't know. But basically my idea was essentially I would use this function, tan hyperbolic tangent, to map out I guess a resulting input based on how long you're holding the button. So for example, holding it for a half second will turn it halfway. I may have an issue with here at the start. I feel like I kind of want to have like a toe effect where a small input, or I guess a short input has a very small change initially. But then after that, we kind of quickly go back to this linear fashion, and then as we hold the button, we're going to this non-linear, approaching maximum input over time. And when I would release the button, this input, I guess, would track back. Let me think about that actually. So does this apply to, is this incorporating return speed? Oh, I think I said it would be resistance, right? There's a natural resistance to your input when you're not. I said not. There's just a natural resistance to your input. I read in whatever the input is and I subtract this impulse to it, I guess. So I guess it would be like an acceleration. So I guess if I factor in an acceleration, that handles the fact that when I press a button from 0, my target input is like, 0.05, and it takes a moment for it to go from 0 to 0.5. And like, in this kind of fashion, I guess, right? So if I hold the button for a long time, it's not really going to change very much, but once I hold it for, you know, a second, it's linear at this point, right? So I kind of wonder what happens if I just multiply these two together. What does that get me? I don't think that's going to give me anything interesting, to be honest. Yeah, not really. It just looks like a slightly shallower thing. Because the x squared is such a powerful term, so it just takes on that shape. Alright, so I think what I do here is I take off this integrated steering stuff. I probably just rework the whole input entirely again. I guess what I would do is I would have... Yes, I wouldn't have this turned on. But I suppose I would have a curve, and I could... It's probably cheaper to just run the expression than it is to read from a curve, from a data set of points that approximate this curve. So that essentially, I guess what I'm really looking at is this. There's a constant value at the front here. So let's say C is half E. I have CX. And then I thought it would give me a slider. I guess it won't. I guess I could put like E over C and set C to 2. So 6, you know, I could essentially sharpen this curve, right? I'd figure it out, right? I probably would want actually like a pretty low number, a number below 1 probably. Okay. Alright, so let me start by having... Okay, first of all, I'm taking out the integrated steering thing on the player. That's not how this works anymore. I would really just like to have a single input type. A single input thing. Oh, I deleted the wrong. Okay, it's gone. It's apparently not gone. Right, it didn't compile because this is gone. So take that out. Else, and then I think that was literally it. Okay. So, do these curves... I guess I could use a curve layout like this, so I can input a value that looks like this, and I can say, okay, you know, the curve kind of looks like that, right? That seems like it's not, one would be linear, which isn't true. Yeah, it wouldn't really work, because I'd want numbers under 1 or numbers over 1, and it's not really, that's not what I'm getting there. Alright. I'm sure I have this committed actually, right? So I can just kind of remove this if I really want to. Added a sign to those. I made this a constant. Added a sign, deleted that comment because it was wrong. Okay. What do I want to do here? Am I starting over? So that this needs to be like saved with that gone. Okay, it's gone. The player's rotating. Player rotated and moved. And truck. I think, okay, I'll be honest, I think this is really close to what I want. Essentially just marking... Well, actually, maybe not. I think the angular velocity y is a global angular velocity. So if the vehicle's twisted like this, the wheels don't rotate quite that same way. I want this axis of rotation. So maybe what I would do is I would just take its angular velocity and dot it. Dot. Angular velocity is a vector. I want the y component of the vector. But I dot this with the... Let me check that. Angular velocity. The body's rotational velocity... So this is likely not... Yeah, this is likely global. This doesn't incorporate the body's rotation. So... Yeah, because angular velocity, linear velocity wouldn't make sense like that either, right? So angular velocity has to be global. So I may... Okay. I'll fix that actually. I'll fix it that way. I will get its up vector. Is there a get? These are all contacts. I guess I could read its constant torque. Would that make more sense? Torque is rotational. Alright, let me do a quick run of just printing the torque out from this update to see what's happening. Get torque. I'm just gonna print that. Hopefully this input still works. So I'll go and then I'll turn. Okay, I see. So it doesn't come in as torque like that. Unless right integrated it wasn't working, because I feel like it should print something. Why did it not print anything? Is integrated steering not enabled? It's turned on there. What did I change? Oh, right. I know what I've changed. So I was in the process of making it so that this is just applying as an impulse, essentially. So after every frame, I would compute what my right integrated difference should be. And it should always start at 0. So essentially, I'm recomputing it every time. I'm I'm computing it every time. But I guess only if the right input doesn't really work. Okay. I guess maybe what I should track then is like a previous right input. No, I should be checking it every frame. It should be happening every frame. So I compute its value, and then yeah, if enable integrated steering, I add this value to my right input. So let's see if that even works, because this could be a really large value. Well, no, it should actually be fine. I think it probably imposes like an upper limit on how. Okay, so I'm assuming it may still not. Okay, yeah. So there's still. It is still saying there's no torque being applied, which is fine. Alright, so I think what I should do is I should probably... Yeah, I need to extract like the up vector from the vehicle, which I do have, but I wonder if I get it from here. I get the transform. So that is what I want. I want the transform. I should be able to get... I need a basis y, so I need to dot this with the basis y. I don't think the order matters, but state transform basis y. What is t dot y? Transpose dot product. Equivalent to basis dot y dot with a vector. That's what I want. I'm not really sure why it's a thing there, but sure. This may be better. But I think I should really figure out how to get this as... oh my gosh. Okay. Trying to get out of this. Also, I was watching... We'll call it research. I was watching police chase videos, and I think I was seeing them hit corners at like 50 and they weren't flipping, which I think is kind of crazy. I guess this car does a really good job at not flipping either. But I was kind of surprised, like, these cars are not flipping in there, and they seem to get like they're going really fast and turning really sharp. Right, but I still have an issue where like the max impulse these springs can apply is unrealistic. Like that's a huge instantaneous impulse that makes no sense. Alright. So I still think this is probably too much. Maybe it should come down to like half. And this should be a better result. But honestly, I would like to get this. Because looking at the code, I should be able to compute proper impulses per wheel. Because on wheel info, I can even just put this as a function in the class itself, where I can just grab the suspension impulse, the lateral impulse, the longitudinal impulse, and that should give me enough information to spin the wheels back. Okay, here's my other thought. I thought about this later on, I was thinking about how steering really works, right? I think I was telling myself, the best way to model this is to model it exactly how a vehicle is steered in the real world, of course, right? That's what I should do. And I think it is the case where I set my target by turning the wheel. I set my target by turning the wheel. There are mechanisms in place that essentially allow some feedback from the wheels into the steering wheel. But it's like, I guess there's like a limit on that, right? So there's a limit of feedback, but when I rotate the wheel, maybe I should look it up to see exactly how the system works so I can model it better. My assumption is I turn the wheel in the car, a computer essentially reads how far I've turned the wheel and says, all right, let's turn the wheels to this amount. This is, I think, this is pretty much where I got the idea for this curve, where holding the input is setting, over time, is setting that target rotation. So as I'm holding left, I'm rotating the steering wheel to some amount. And that target value is what I'm constantly changing. So if I hold this is, like I said, I probably want like a really low value of C, like something like this, you know? But just as an example, if I hold the left input for half a second, maybe I'll make it a little bit sharper so it's more clear. If I hold the left input for half a second, my target will reach 0.8. So it'll say, all right, I'm holding the key, we're constantly following this curve basically. We're basically tracking a timer for how long I'm holding the input. I guess I would take the derivative of this, wouldn't I? All caps. What is the derivative of this? Must have what? Why is it plotting from like negative? What is that? Is it 1? Really? It's 1 minus? What is the derivative of tan h? Some sources say secant squared. One minus. Okay. So if I were to do this, it's essentially saying I would say 1 minus tan h. They say, why do they write it like this? Weird way to write it. Does this accept that? It does accept that. Okay. So essentially I would say I would read in my current value. So I'd have a value that's like, say, 0 or something. Or starts at 0, I guess. Let me even put this. I'm sure this works, right? Yeah, those curves look like they're following each other pretty well. Right. Okay, cool. So essentially, I would say, I would read in my current value, say my current value is 0.245. I plug that in to this equation, I think. 0.245. And the result is 0.6588. So if one more than 2... Is that correct? No, that's not correct. Am I thinking about that right? The derivative? This is the slope of the function, which looks correct, right? The slope is nearly 0 here. And it's 1 here, so it's linear. Actually, that's not linear. Interesting. Hey, Yulia. This isn't linear. Why is it not linear? I'm correct in this thinking, right? That the derivative of the function is what I need to compute how much to increase it by. AX, right? What is that? Hyperbolic secant squared AX. How's life? Pretty good. Okay, so I'd be looking at E over C. Hyperbolic secant squared. There we go. Okay, that's correct now. Why is this one? Can I get it in terms of tangent? Where am I looking? Alternate form? Oh, really? That might even be better. Alternate form A over cosine hyperbolic AX. That might be better. Is that better? Probably right. Cool. Yeah, that seems right. Spent the entire day trying to fix Z fighting. Bullhole PNG raycast. None of them, and now I'm bowing to my lord Skynet. Okay, that's tough. Texture Z fighting. The only solution is to move them forward, or to say that you always draw one before the other. You can't, like, have any uncertainty. Alright, this is correct. This is definitely correct. So if I had an input of... Alright, let's say my value is currently 0.35214. No, my value would be 0.2. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to be just checking this. Yeah, I'm supposed to be checking this X value, right? But when I release, all I know is that I have this Y value, 0.35214. Okay, so I'm not looking for the derivative, I'm looking for the inverse. What's the inverse of that? Oh, thanks. Do they have... Do I have inverse tan? I probably don't. I don't think I can even derive that. Try moving them, cause a bullet hole to drift from the crosshair. I don't know. You should only have to move it very slightly. I think typically what systems probably do is they mark something as being a decal, and when you have a decal, if a decal in a non-decal surface overlap, you draw the decal last. So if they're in the same position, you draw the decal last. Or I guess decal is just always drawn last, using the depth buffer. And they're always drawn in order. So even if two decals overlap, one is always drawn over the other. I don't know what you're setting up. I mean, and I've never written it myself. That's just what I think they do. That's why decal is like used as a term. It's like a whole separate layer of rendering. You draw your objects that can move, and then you draw decals after everything else. Alright, yeah, so I'd be looking for the inverse of, but I would need to have the inverse of 10. Hyperbolic 10. Math. Cool. We have hyperbolic. Yeah, it looks like you don't have the inverse of that. Oh, those are for vec types? Shader. No. Which can't do, I'm not that smart, so I was trying to left it up a bit. If you want to move it, you would have to move it off of the surface. You'd have to compute the normal of the surface and then move it very slightly along that direction. How do you compute the inverse tangent? It's 1/2 natural log 1. What? Dude, no way. No way. One half times, I think log, yeah, I think log on Desmos is the same thing. Log x plus 1 minus log 1 minus x. Okay, no, I think they use natural log. Yeah. Wow, it is. All right, cool. So causes crusher to drift the further I shoot. I just think it's probably must be done wrong. Something is wrong there. Because realistically, it should be like less than a centimeter away from the surface, no matter your distance, if you're doing it correctly. Light leaks? Dude. That's no good. Alright, so that's really nice. The inverse tangent, hyperbolic tangent, is this. Now, the real question is, how do I write that as AX? Cool. A times, just literally writing it out like that. Okay, so this would be AX. AX? Awesome. Awesome. All right. So essentially what I do is I start with, this is the blue line, green line, blue line, red line. That's the I don't know, the dotted blue line. This is the dashed line. Okay. So let's say I think, oh, this is wrong. It should be E over C. There we go. Right. I'll just start this at 1. Maybe that's too much. I'll do 2. Alright. And I think I have the dots kind of in the wrong order. This should be dashed. This should be solid. I'll actually make it green. Nah, orange. And reverse. Okay. Scoping that Blender Python scripting the 3D models is a lifesaver? No. No. Right. So I apply some inputs. Eventually, let's say I reach... Okay, I need to make this a little more extreme. Right. I apply some inputs, and its starting value is at 0.57. Okay? Starting at 0.57. So I plug in 0.57 to this function. So let's go to 0.57. Sorry, 0.57. Okay, I must have done this wrong. 0.57 is out of the domain. Is it really supposed to be like this? Wait, what's going on? I wrote this wrong. I must have written this wrong. X plus 1, 1 minus x. Is it actually log? No, that's still outside the domain. What's happening here? Weird. I'm not sure what's happening here. Why? Because the inverse should have the domain be, I guess is it called a range? The range of this function is the domain of this function, but this is like weird. It's half. It's half of that. I don't have a value. I mean, really, I don't have a value over like 0.4 something. Oh, that's so weird. What's going on? This must be incorrect, because this should just look like this function flipped, and it's not. What am I typing wrong? It doesn't look like I have assigned the wrong sign. What? Tan? Hyperbolic inverse AX. Alternate form. AX plus 1 minus log 1 minus x. Yeah, maybe I'm just supposed to really write it like this. No, I mean, of course it's the same result. I don't get it. X plus 1 minus 1 minus x. An entire house with it? With furniture? Unscripted toilet? Dude. Okay. I feel like if you're looking for a model that simple, you may as well just make it. I'm really confused. I don't understand why my result is so incorrect. Okay, this gets me the correct domain. 0 to 1. But why is it when I add a here, it is incorrect? I mean, here it's still fine, and then adding a there makes it wrong. Is this actually wrong? Who's incorrect? Am I incorrect? Desmos is incorrect. Wolfram Alpha is incorrect. Copy image. Some constant. What's happening? What if I write CX? Does it get that one? Tells me the same thing. What's going on here? This is really strange. It shortens it. It's just straight up shortening it. Did most of the job on Blender? Oh. Is it because it's giving me this 3D plot? Is that like the problem? I don't understand what is happening. Is it like this is being applied in the wrong order? Like it doesn't, like it only messes up when I, the A over here. C is the same thing. It's messed up when I add C there. The domain of this function should be the range of the other thing, which is correct as long, which is true as long as I don't add the constant on this side. One minus CX. This gave me something that looked maybe better. Yeah, it gave me this 1 plus over 1 minus. It's still wrong. And it was... Is it correct when I take off this? Yeah. Understand. What's the mistake? Or written this way. Like Desmos is wrong? Let me... Because this is right, but as soon as I add the constant on the bottom, it's wrong. As soon as I do that, it's wrong. And it should really just look like this function flipped, but it just so weirdly doesn't look like that. And like the domain, an input greater than 1 is impossible. The domain of this function must be 0 to 1. That's the range of this function. It cannot output a value greater than 1. It can't output 1. This value doesn't output 1. This function doesn't output 1. So an input can't go greater than 1. What is going on? Oh, what? What? Oh, this is so busted. Desmos must have a bug here. Desmos must have a bug. This is impossible. That's not what the output of this. That's not what this should look like. I've said x equals tan hy, and it's giving me. Oh wait, I wrote the inverse of it. Hang on. Okay, this is correct. No. No, no, no. Am I thinking about this wrong? Alright, wait. Okay, so this is correct now. This is correct now. Alright. Okay, so this is wrong. That constant being there is not correct. Do I want... Wait, am I really looking for the... Okay, I know what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for the inverse of... Let me be more specific, I think. Over A. Okay. So... Alright. So that would be divided by A. So we 1 over 2A times the log of 1 minus x minus the log of 1 plus x. I think I have it in the wrong order. X plus 1 minus x? No. Oh yeah, 1 minus x. I think it was just weird. It was just a little weird. Okay, but now I've got it. All right. Okay. Jeez. All right. Trying to make this like 2.5. Okay. So back from the start. Back from the top. All right. I have applied some input and my current target is set to point. This is my, all right, my Y value here is the steer amount. This is the only value I work with, okay? I only work with button pressed, which is a Boolean, and my current steer value, which is a float. So I press, let's say I press left, okay? I press left. My current value is my current steer is 0.62455. So I'm steering to the right. I just pressed left. So what I need to know is how far down the slope I need to go for this tick, okay? Let's make it easier. Let's say let's even make this a function. F of x. So then I can write f of 0.3. Let me make it a 0.3 f of... Okay. So here's my point. Okay. So I take my current steer value. I don't know the x. I want to be clear. All I have is just, it's literally just this. What is it? It would be like this. I don't remember how to format. I'll just leave it. Whatever. I'll just label it. Would it be Y? Y? Is it dollar Y? What even? Like, I don't know. Alright, it's weird. I don't know what's going on with that label. Okay. Alright, but all I have is 0.6381. Okay? So I go to my inverse function. 1 over 2a. Natural log x plus 1 minus natural log 1 minus x. And I plug in 0.631, okay? So I will do, let's do g of x equals this, all right? So now I have 6381. Okay, so I get this. And my output tells me 0.29995. So I'm here. I start with the value 0.6381, that's my steer. I tap left, so I need to read in the slope of that point. So I get 0.299995. Let's just go and round that to 3. All right, if you'll notice, that's what I input here, right? It's pretty close. It's not exact because I didn't type in the full value, but it's really close. So I get an output of 0.3. So I say, all right, I need to decrease by this function, s of x, we'll call slope, at the value of 0.3. So s of 0.3 would be is going to output me 1.4918. I'll round that up, 4914 or 4919. So I know that at this point my slope is this value. Technically this will be multiplied by this will then be multiplied by the delta time. So I'll say I hold the button for 1/64th of a tick. So 1.4919 over 64. So I would say, okay, so I want to decrease my value from 0.381. I want to subtract 0.0233 from that value. So my resulting value would be 6381 minus I guess it would be, I'll go and plug it all in actually. So I know that I would get S of G of 0.6381 over 64, my delta time. So my output value would be 61478. So I would go from that value to 61478, right? That's how all this works out. That's why I need the 3 different calculations here. I have hyperbolic cosine. I should. Cosine H. I have cosine H. I have tan H. I have natural log. It all works out, right? Okay. Maybe I should save this. I'm not even logged in. I can't save it. All right, but I've got these equations locked in the memory. Those are locked in. This one seems like the easiest one. 1 division and like 2 logs. That's pretty easy. This one maybe is more complicated because I'm using hyperbolic functions, which I don't know how easy those methods are, those functions are, but logs should be easy. Maybe logs aren't as easy as I think. Anyway, that's how the input will work. So, as I said, this calculation, this line of calculations is to figure out how much to change my steer value if I'm pressing left or if I'm pressing right. If I'm pressing left, I'd be subtracting. If I was pressing right, I would be adding. Of course, at a higher resolution, I think this matters. 164 should be good enough. If I were to print out like 1/64 here, you know, you can see it's pretty fine-grained, right? That's pretty fine. Right, so if I were going from, let me see like what this approximately is. It looks like it's about 19. And I would jump to 20. So let me actually even find that out. So I can see exactly how accurate this is. I'll just say Z is 0.296875. And this will be Z, Z, and I'll say sorry. Z1 is f of Z. Z and Z1. And now I guess I can type in Z1. And this would be Z2, G of Z1. This would be Z3, S of Z2, okay, and this would be Z plus or minus Z3. All right, so it says if Z is at, oh sorry, this should be Z1. And this would actually be F of this. Okay, so now I can see how accurate my calculation was. So I'd start with Z3 plus this increment. So if I was starting at this value, right? So I'll just actually write Z1 again. I guess I won't write Z1. I'll write the just this number. Folders, I can hide these away. Okay. So if I start with this value, let me say 19 over 64. So I have an exact value here. So, wait, this label is wrong. Okay, so I'm starting at point that, and I should map to, I will map to this value, and what I should map to would actually be 6564. Okay, so I overshoot it a bit actually. Is that correct? Does that mean I overshoot it? Maybe it does. So what if this was a finer detail here? Let me jump up to this value. So it'd be 39 to 40. I guess so, actually. My input is 6451. I calculate that should be a 65658. And my result is 6564. It's a little bit less still. I feel like I'm still overshooting it too much. I think those values are too high then, aren't they? Should I instead calculate the average between this step and the next step? Is that what I should do? So perhaps I read in so I get Z2. Z2 is essentially my X value at this stage. So yeah, maybe I should average, I should take this point and average that. So it'd be G of Z1 and then G of Z1 plus 1 over 64 and all this over 2. Do I get a better result this way? Okay, so now I undershoot it. Okay. Interesting. Is that closer though? I feel like this is probably still too far off. I'm guessing as I add more terms, I mean, if I'm correct, adding yeah, 0.5. It didn't really do anything. Well, that was an idea, I guess. It didn't really work. Maybe what it just means is that I take this value, I take Z1, I get Z2, I get my X coordinate, and I would just say take z2. Yeah, maybe I actually take the slope of this one over. So let's go back to 64s. 64, so I can like check this a bit better. All right, that's way more accurate. Okay, that's what I would want. So I'll say I guess Z should probably be. Well, actually, I want to see those. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Let's say my current step just happens to be exactly this. I would want to essentially go up one step, like one tick amount. So the real value is 656 and a bunch of 4s. And then my computed value would be 656 4436, which is pretty close. That's really close. So I'm good with that number. Okay. All right. So yeah, I would compute the slope of this value plus or minus. So if I'm pressing right, which means I want to go higher up, closer to 1 here, I would add 1. If I wanted to go down, I would be subtracting 1. So let's check that as well. And that should be a subtract. So my computed value is 6093499. 6093499. So it's accurate to plenty of decimal places, I think. I'm sure it gets more accurate if I were to increase this delta time, or decrease the delta time, I guess. Smaller steps. So base takes the slope halfway between this value and our target point and uses that as the change, which is really, that's more than accurate enough for me. Cool. Does it, yeah, it overshoots it a little bit, but this is in like the millions of decimal places, right? 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. It's off by the 10 millionths, so that's pretty good. I think it's more than enough. Does it become more pronounced if I were to make this smaller? It seems like it might overshoot it more when I have a more extreme slope. It's still pretty good though. I have a shallower slope, then I'm sure it's really, really accurate. I mean, its range of accuracy is pretty small. It's pretty accurate. I'm assuming for larger values it gets more and more accurate. Yeah, because now we're way out here. Because eventually it just kind of goes flat. And now we're actually undershooting it there. Or no, I guess it's overshooting it. No, that's undershooting it. I wish it would stop scrolling up though, because I can fit all of this on the screen. It just keeps scrolling it anyway. I guess I actually don't need to see that value really. I can compute the difference from these two. Yeah, the error value is really low. Yeah, that's actually really accurate even with extreme values. I kind of like that value though. Would it be the log inverse? Why is that a problem? Oh, it would just be log. It can't handle values that small, apparently. It tops out at like 7. Oh yeah, there is a difference at about like 1. It goes from, I guess 1 to something goes from undershooting to overshooting. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's all very cool. Alright, let me go ahead and get that integrated onto the player. So essentially I will be tracking my own left and right input and just assigning that. Steer enable. I think what I do is I just make this an interpolation. I will take off the yeah, I think I just make it like an interpolation. So it'll smoothly reach this value. Probably just with linear, I think. Input while driving. I'll be clear at higher values. Make inputs. Make input more sensitive to changes. And then I need this constant factor at the front. I don't think it should be any more precise than that. And probably go up to 4. Actually, what's like kind of a crazy value? I think 2 might already be a value too high for most use cases. So I'll say 2 is the limit there. But of course allow it to be greater than 2. And I'll start it at 1. Hyperbolic curve. Hyperbolic curve for steering. Lower values. Approach. Maximal input. Quicker. For instance, folding right for seconds. Will result in a steer of Let's say this was 1. And I'll say... what is this? 8, 7, 6. For instance, holding right from center steer. For instance, from center steer. Holding right for 0.5 seconds. Result in a final steer of about curve value of 1. So the steer holding right for 0.5 seconds will result in a final steer of about 0.876 with a curve value of 1. The constant applied to the curve is E over X. Okay. So then, what do I track? Let's track the vehicle. So yeah, now I'm just taking vehicle right input. That's all I do. I don't do anything else. Just vehicle right input is the only number I need. Forward does all that. Steering will now be quite a lot simpler. I do need to read in the current steer value because the decay is not necessarily, I don't necessarily decay the value. I guess I can. No, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't decay the value. I should read it from this one. So, what do I do then? No, I will decay it. Or I won't. I'm confused. Essentially, integrated steering will change your right input over time. But this has the effect of resetting, so it resets to 0. Perhaps that's a mistake. Actually, I guess if integrated steering is turned on, I am not resetting right. Right is just changing over time. Yeah. So then I check if enable integrated steering, or say if not, right will reset to 0. If integrated steering is on, then right is set, and I modify it with this integrated value, which is computed every frame. Okay. All right. So steering is now very different. I guess I can do a check here if the vehicle doesn't have... If the vehicle is a wheel jolt vehicle and it has integrated steering, my input is just going to be... Well, actually, I guess it's just 0, isn't it? No, I just updated, I think. Yeah, I just updated. So let me figure this out. Otherwise, I guess I can say steering is triggered. I'll do a check. If current vehicle is a wheel jolt vehicle, if current vehicle enable integrated steering, then my vehicle right inputs becomes the current vehicle's right input. And I don't need to reapply it. How do I I think I want to keep this line here exactly as it is. But I also don't want to reapply it if I know I don't have to. If the current vehicle is a wheel jolt vehicle, I guess I do if, because I think even at 0 I want to modify it. Okay, let me do this. Actually, no, because I can modify it. Alright, if I... Alright, just forget that. Just do this. Just do that. Right, okay. So I'm essentially always trying to apply my input. Maybe... Yeah, maybe I just do this up here. If... is a wheel jolt vehicle, and if current vehicle integrated steering, right input is going to be just take whatever its right input is, and I'll modify it from there. I did realize this does have an effect of probably adding too quickly, so at a higher frame rate, you're gonna update more often. I mean, actually, no, not really. As long as I'm modifying my input by my frame rate tier, that's fine. By my frames delta, by half the frame delta, specifically. Oh, that might be an issue. The fact that this is running at a different rate. Do I treat the vehicle as containing its steering wheel mechanic? So I still just apply positive or negative value, and that's literally all I apply. Or I guess I set the target value, and it will update, it will interpolate towards that value. All right, let me think about this from like AI, player, keyboard, and player controller. Player controller. Essentially, I can't apply... I guess I can. I can apply a value. I can map the sticks from like their max position to being like 1.2 and the 0 position just being 0. So if I push this thing all the way to the left, I'm applying like 1.2 power to the steer left. And the wheeled vehicle reads in 1.2 and it says, okay, this is our step. We're going to step 1.2. We're going to step our target. Yeah, right? I guess, okay, so I guess if it's integrated... Oh, no, okay. Alright, let me think about it from AI. The AI decides it needs to turn the vehicle right. So it's just going to apply an input of like 1, right? It says, alright, we need to steer right. It doesn't actually know how long that's going to take, so it just says, alright, let's steer right. And then the vehicle is now facing the correct direction. So it says, I guess the AI would have to like reduce its input as it gets close to the target. Let's just say it's dumb for now. So it says, alright, vehicle, let's even assume the wheel just teleports, right? So if as soon as I say 0, the wheel snaps from turning to going straight, right? The AI is applying right input because it wants to turn right, and then it's facing the correct direction, so it says, alright, let's stop turning right, so it applies 0. That's effectively saying, I don't want to steer the vehicle anymore. I just want it to continue straight. So the wheel jolt vehicle reads that as saying, okay, he's not turning the wheel, right? The input +1 means we're turning the wheel to the right. Input -1 means we're turning the wheel to the left. So the wheel jolt vehicle should probably track this. Okay, I'm moving it out of here. So I think I still probably want the acceleration, right? So I still have the steer acceleration. And then I have the limit. Okay, yeah, let me bring these values back. Let me just hit save and probably copy it from here. I don't want to reset, I just want to have a value that I'm applying. I guess I can have the reset speed too. And I can't copy it from there. Oh, I guess it's actually copying it. Okay. I guess just clicking and dragging is actually copying it, so. So if I have integrated steering turned on, make steering more realistic, or I guess it would be make steering more, I guess these would be separate. Enable make steering inputs turn a virtual wheel instead of instantly applying a turning value directly. And I'll make this. I guess I can just put this in this subcategory. Actually, this would be custom. Checkbox only. Steer by wheel, and then I would have this. Wheel turn curve. Okay. And then I should probably make this its own thing too. Because I know I have this value here. I'll say 1. You probably don't want to go more than 1. I'll say 1, but then, yeah, greater. Oh, and this is only if this is enabled, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Hey, Yulia. It still doesn't make sense to say I'm back when you never say I'm going. Steered wheels. By having steered wheels, apply turning back to the virtual steering wheel. Okay. I'll just call this integrated steering, and then I'll call this steering feedback. And this should be multiplied by steering feedback, and this should be the same thing, steering feedback. Zoomer drama time, Ethan Klein. What even? I don't know anything about that. And I don't want to know. Anything involving him probably is just stupid. And I think right integrated. I don't think it happens here, does it? Yeah, it doesn't happen here. Take that out of here, and what I do instead is I call reset if I have steer by wheel. Maybe I'll just call it steer by wheel. Actually, maybe what I do is I check if... Okay, so for this to work, we have to have... Integrated steering, we'll just apply it back to the wheel. If we are... Actually, no, I think I just always reset this. Because I need the fact that when I stop applying inputs, we... No, yeah, right becomes something different. So when I am assigning right... Okay, no. Leave it like this. I'm only going to call it virtual right. I'm just going to call it virtual right. This is too much. So, on physics process, if we are steering by wheel, I'm using this curve now. I can contract these. All of these. All of these. Call it steer. Steer wheel curve. Now what happens if I click off and back on? Steer. So, yeah, steer by wheel. Why is it weird like this? Oh, because there's a... And then... This roll busted. Okay, just... Is it correct now? So steer by wheel has to be turned on for integrated steering to work as well. Maybe I do steering integrated. And it works better and just comment out everything because it's all stupid. I don't... That's all just nonsense. Integrated. Okay, so that's what happens when I do that. So we're wheel curve, hyperbolic curve for steering. Where did Dan go? I don't even know. He wasn't here yet. Steered wheels, apply turning back to the virtual steering wheel. How much feedback to apply to the virtual wheel from the wheels? Okay. Okay. All right. So on updates, about here, I say if steer by wheel, then I take virtual right. So this is why I apply these functions now. So I need to compute my virtual x for my virtual right. Just start with z1. Float, so I compute z1 to be f of z, that is hyperbolic tangent, times my constant, e over that value. Tan h of... How do I get E? If I click pi and look up... Okay, yeah, how do I get E? I need Euler's number here. It is called Euler's number, right? Wow, I love that putting that apostrophe S just searches for S. Okay, the exponential function, or not. Raises the constant e to the power of x as an approximate value of that. It can be obtained with an exponential 1. So I guess I'll just do... Is that allowed? Nice, it's allowed. E over wheel curve. E over wheel curve times x. And x is my... Oh wait, no, I'm going for the inverse. So x is... Right. X is my current virtual steer. I'm not computing virtual steer. Alright, let me... Inverse steer is going to be... G of my value. So it's be this. Oh, that's so easy to read. If it's 1 over E over that, is that not the same thing as the constant over E? One over 2A. Okay, so it's the constant over 2E. Right. But then I do need this value. Okay, so I guess I should just do that then, shouldn't I? Just do E. And slope, I guess, would be E over steer wheel curve. I do know this one is going to be the steer wheel curve over 2 times E. Then it would be, is log the natural log or the 10 log? It's probably the 10 log. The natural log. Cool. The natural log. Good. That's what I want. Times the log of times the log. Yeah, this one. Whatever my steer value is, plus 1, and minus 1 minus my steer value. Steer value plus 1. Cool. Alright, so there's my inverse here. Then I need to plug this into the slope. So I need the hyperbolic cosine. And I think what I was doing is... So I would take this value and I need to subtract or add something based on my input. So it would be... I guess the input times... Yeah, it would be my x is this value plus steer times step. Or I guess steer times delta. Step delta will be slope divided by hyperbolic cosine squared. Let me actually just do it like this. Step delta will be just the cosine. Of slope times x. Multiply it together, and then step, I guess it would be step delta equals that. So x plus right. So if I'm increasing, I'm taking, I think I want this times 0.5, right? We're going half the delta using the right input for the sine. Okay. So then I compute my step delta there. Okay. So this is Z3. Z3 is my slope. So then I will apply, I take my original value and I add, actually I guess I probably don't factor in right yet. Yeah, I think I don't factor in right yet. No, because I need the slope in that direction. So yeah, I do have to factor in right here for the sine. Do I use it for the sine only? Let's say if steer by wheel and right. Well, okay, I guess it is. If I'm steering by wheel, if actually not even that, if right just is 0, then Or if it's not 0, then I'm changing it. Man, let me make it a function. Current input delta. Okay. If steer by wheel, then I do right will be equal to get. Actually, no, I will say virtual right is get virtual steer, virtual right, right, and delta. And then I'll just say right is equal to virtual right. Okay, much simpler. Let's say if input is 0, return current. Nice. Okay, and I'm just not going to make this. Call that the virtual steer. That's all I should have to do. No, I'll actually do it after this. Okay, so if there's no input, the virtual wheel stays the same. There is, now I get all this stuff. So I'm thinking about right as in like a controller. So if it's on keyboard, it's always +1 or -1. I guess I still have the acceleration from the player. So when I press left, well, I start at like 0.01 and then it ramps up to 1. Right. Okay. On a controller, when I start turning, I guess that's where the acceleration is already accounted for. I guess not entirely. I think even on controller I would still have some acceleration, but way lower. Actually, a controller would be a little different because I would be setting a target I guess I clamp it to the right input. So my final value on the wheel can't become greater than the right input. So the absolute value of virtual right is clamped to the input value of right. Yeah, that's good. That's what it should be. So that way, at least on a controller, if I'm like turning my, if I push the stick like halfway, that's the max value I could go to. I'll go to halfway. So yeah, I think I should treat it as a step, as a sign here then. If I'm using the right value as the maximum, then I should be using it as a sign every time. And just making it a lot higher acceleration when you're using controller versus using keyboard. Okay. So inverse steer plus the sign of the inputs. So slope times x. Is this correct? This is x, yeah. So I'm passing an x here. So x minus plus whatever, right? Whichever direction I'm going. I get the sign from right. And then I have the delta. And then I get the proper step delta. So there's the step delta, which is Z3. And then what I would do is I take my current input and I add the sign of Z3 times delta. Step delta. And then this will be clamped. I'll add it and then I clamp it after I add it, because I'm not exactly sure how to clamp it immediately. So yeah, it's the current value plus that times the delta. I'll actually call it step instead of step delta. So this is getting me the slope at the halfway point, and then I use that in that direction. And then I add that to the current value. And then I make sure I keep virtual right clamped. So virtual right will be if how do I actually clamp this? So say virtual right is like 0.8 and my right input is negative 0.1. I just don't want to go below that value. So I guess this is what I say. If All right, let me compute the sine here. I'll just cache it because I probably need to. No, I'll call it Z. If Z is negative, I guess I say if Z is less than 0, then virtual right is the larger value between right and virtual right. Otherwise, Z is positive. The virtual right can't go over that. So was there a way to do this? Did I figure a way to do this with like a single check? I guess it's if they're the same sign. Yeah, that would be it, right? But I guess it's the same thing here too. I'm limiting it. Okay, I'll just write it like this. This is probably fine. Actually, I guess no. If they're the same sign, and the absolute value of right is greater, I'm limiting it. And I guess I could do this up here near the top. If it's the same sign and if they're the same sign and they are equal to each other, I leave it, right? I'm done, right? I don't go any further than that. Or would it just be if they are the same? I don't need to check the sign there. If they are equal to each other, they're not changing, right? So my right input is -1 and virtual right is -1. Yeah, I'm not changing it. I mean, it's that simple. I'm doing this. Dog is barking. Or growling. Grumbling. More like a grumble. So I added the virtual right. If we are about the same value, make them the same value. If the signs are the same, or if the signs are the same, and we've overshot it, set at the same value. All right, this seems pretty good. So we just maintain, yeah, we just literally don't do anything. If virtual right is the same, we don't do anything. We leave it. Though I wonder if, yeah, I'm just moving towards the target using my slope, or using that curve shape, and I'm not going over it. Yeah, essentially this is smoothing out large changes in input. So I'm pressing right all the way, and then I hit left, it has to drop back down. Also, I just realized this does have a problem. I guess we actually avoid it. We actually do avoid it. So if the input is 0, we're done. If the inputs are the same, we're done. Kind of the issue is that if I try to plug in 1 here, or 1 here, right? Natural log of 0 is undefined, I believe. Yeah. So I have to make sure that virtual right can't be approximately 1. This actually has a, yeah, that actually is a problem. I didn't think of this where I get very close to 1. What happens when I reach 1, right? Like perhaps at some point I just go linear. Like at 0.99, I just go linear and I snap. If I'm greater than 0.995, I snap to 1. Right? Maybe I should do that. So I will say a note here. Avoid inputs near 1. So then the issue is that if I apply a backwards movement, it's going to take me a long time to turn back. So maybe this is kind of a mistake. Should I do like 0.01? Does this give me the same result? What is this? A slightly smaller value of x. Right, so 0.99x. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm kind of going too crazy with this. Maybe I should just have a linear function. Just keep it with the turning wheel. Because yeah, I would do something like this. Is this keyboard input smoothing? Because yeah, if I'm over here, I get that output of like 0.8. Or whatever it would be. Oh, this is slightly over it. Oh, whoops. It's like 0.4, 0.99. Oh, no, I have 0.99. Wait, what? But yeah, I plug in 0.99 and I get 3.5. Wait, am I reading this right? Where did I go? 1.01. That over A. Okay, yeah, 9 is like 0.4, whatever, right? Yeah, okay, so this prevents me, this like will limit me to 1, right? So basically I clamp it to 1, I get 391. Or I guess I can't put any values that are really near to 1. Yeah, I might be thinking about this the wrong way, because if I'm at 1, if I'm steered all the way and I press left, it's gonna like stick there and take a while to turn back. So it's actually not, I should not be doing it like this. I think it does make more sense to just have a linear line. So an input of 1. Yeah. Okay. I'm going kind of crazy with that. That's too much. So I think I just take, I can still use like E over the value, so a lower value is faster. Which would feel right, you know? I want a lower value to reach my target quicker. So it'd be like this. I guess I would write A. Let me highlight all this. I guess it would be like this. So value of 1. After like 0.4 seconds, I would reach 1. I input a value of -1, I start tracking back this way. However, how do I get that input acceleration back in? I would have to multiply it by the value. Yeah, I would use the right input as the step amount. So it'd be E, C, X. And of course the inverse of this is pretty simple. It should just be C over E, X. That would be the inverse. So at 0.2, I'm at 0.54. At 0.54 whatever, I'm at 2, right? So those inverses are really, really simple. E over CX or C over EX. Okay. Let me write it like that. I went a little nuts there. Approximately the same, we return. I compute. And I don't think I'm using the sign anymore. Instead, I'll just be straight up using the right input for my steps. So it should be step times delta. Step will be all right, let me start over here. I'm computing step. So my step amount is actually, so I have 0.54. I plug in 0.54 for X here and I get 198. So I'm gonna say 198. Or what do I do? Well, E over C is the slope. So it would just be E over C times right times delta. That's my change. Times right times delta. That is the change. And it's clamped. Right times E times delta divided by steer wheel curve. This could be negative or positive. If we're approximately the same, or the signs are the same and the absolute value has passed it, then we set it to that. Okay. I got a little crazy there. This is no longer a hyperbolic curve. This is a this would be a I guess I'll just call it steering curve. Lower values approach input quicker. For instance, holding right for 0.5 seconds. I'll say 0.25 seconds or 0.2 seconds. 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 7, I guess. Or 5, 4, 4. Holding right or steering. I'll say this. Okay. That's all correct. Update virtual steer. Right is virtual right. If right is 0, return. If virtual right is exactly equal to right, we're done. Otherwise, move in the direction of right with this rate. If we get close, or the signs are the same and we've passed it, then set it to that value. Okay. Right, I'm going to comment all this out now, or bring it back. And this would be steer enable integrated. Would it be like not steer? These must both be true, so true and true. If either one of these is false, this term becomes false, and this causes the return to happen. Okay, so steer by wheel has to be enabled and steer integrated. Integrated steering has to be enabled. So what I do with that is I take my virtual right. So really what I'm doing is I'm just getting rid of these prints. I'm probably not going to use these prints again. I guess I'll call it impulse. Impulse would be this value, I guess. Smaller value. Alright, so I think this is really just hey Dallin, the car game. SHM computing impulse, and then I'm applying it to the virtual right. So virtual right will be minus impulse. And this would be I guess, yeah, the small value between virtual right and times the steer feedback. Remember that you're in hell and you will be working on that for all eternity? Nope. Neither one of those is true. So if the impulse really goes to 0, we just make it 0. I guess I'll say if it's greater than this value, then I actually apply it. If steer count is less than 1, return subtract the impulse, and then clamp it. Hey Nexus. Still on ads. How are the wheels? Yeah, I wish you could turn those off. I don't have an option. I can choose not to play midstream ads, but I can't choose to not play someone joining and seeing an ad. I am slowly figuring out the wheels. I'm trying things, and I guess that's the best I can do. Trying things. Actually, I'll just see if it's less than this return. And then I should be able to do that. Okay. And I will make this one work. So the impulse here would be this value. to do when calendar syncing finally works. Cool. I feel like every time I've tried to like plan stuff out, I do the planning, I get maybe like through 2 items, and then I stop using the planning. Just keep the same logic here, I guess. If impulse is less than like 1e, the absolute value. Turn. Otherwise, this would be times 0 feedback. I will just force myself. Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's too many tabs. Oh, actually, no, that it should be 2. Also, shouldn't this be like there? It should. Alright, that's easiest to read. If the impulse is too low, I don't do anything. Alright. I think this is all correct, so I will turn these on. 1 is probably good enough. Yeah, 1's like 1/3 of a second or something, and I reach the maximum input. It's pretty good to me. With some feedback. And then on player side, so I have a steer acceleration limit, and a steer reset speed. I don't think I do that. I think it's always... No, yeah, I'll actually leave it like that. Alright. So if I am... So yeah, now I don't have to worry about that. And I will have a reset. Next tool is adding obsidian. Into my next cloud. What is next cloud? If the input's not 0 and the signs are opposite, I use the reset speed. If they're the same sign and input is 0, well, if they're the same sign or the input is 0, I set it back to 0. And then, as long as we are not matching the inputs, Oh, should this be an else? Yeah, this should be an else because I'm modifying the right input. Is this a mistake up here? I'm already modifying the input. Yeah, this should be an else. That's whoops. That's a mistake. A self-hosted cloud. All right. If our current input is not 0, so yeah, then I don't worry about this. Oh, no. That's not how this works. Okay, I'm just gonna rewrite this. I'm just gonna rewrite this whole thing. And keep T though. The other one definitely should have been an else there. Here, my right input, if I'm not triggering, my right input is 0. Simple as that. The vehicle script handles this being 0 because it resets. And then I have the update. If I'm not doing anything, I don't change my virtual steer. Okay. I guess what I could say is like, I was gonna say I could apply some like constant force back to 0 if I'm not pressing any buttons, but I don't think I want that. Alright, so essentially I'm just using like the speed value here. So I have some acceleration, or I have some speed that is changing. If I don't press anything... Is this, I need to remember it because I have to modify it over time. But if I'm not pressing anything, then this sets to 0, so I'm not changing the wheel. When I start changing the wheel, it'll have been set to 0. Also, what is this like steer? Steer input acceleration is applied with Prince teleporting wheels. I think I should probably rename that. No, that's fine. Or not rename it. Yeah, let me do this. Let me change this. Steer input acceleration applied. This prevents large steering inputs or short key presses on a keyboard. Wrapping up to maximal input after a time. Overtime. Yeah, that's a better description of it. Maybe I don't really have to take the target either. No, I won't. Alright. So I think it's very simple. I have my speed. And I'm resetting my speed as well. Vehicle right. Oh. No, I do have an acceleration. So I need to have this speed. Okay. Those both reset when I release. I need to fix my camera. The camera's getting way too bright. All right. Really? Why is it so bright? That doesn't seem right. Okay. Alright, I guess I just have to fix the window. One sec. Okay. So when they are opposing, yeah, when they're opposing, I use the reset speed. I might just be copying it back, I don't know. Alright, I'm just going to copy it back. And then change specifically what I know I need to change. So, if the right input is non-zero, and the signs are not the same, which means we're opposite. I just want the vehicle forward input to move in that direction. And once we pass it, I guess I'll just leave speed as it is. I won't change it there. I'm not sure what he's doing. The dog just made a loud sound. So I'm moving in the the steer reset speed. If I'm not the same sign, or we are near 0, set my input to 0. And then as long as my input is not equal to the target value, I want to increase this speed value. Should just be right input speed, yep. Up to this steer acceleration limit, using this steer acceleration. So I'm increasing the speed. Is it really just the same thing? And then I take that speed, and then I guess here I can say if we are approximately the same. And maybe I'll organize this one like that too. Okay, so I add it if we're approximately equal, or the signs are the same and we've passed it, then we set it to that value. Down here, as long as the vehicle input as long as the input is not equal to our target, we update our speed up to this limit, and then we move our speed towards that value. So this should be sine of t. And I guess since I have this all over the place, is sine a method on its own? It is. Gotta go groceries. Alright, see ya. Sine t, sine t, sine t. That should be sine t. This should also be sine t. Okay. Sine t. As long as we're the same, move towards it. Double checking this, as long as we're the same, move towards it. Okay. Double check what this is. Is any driven wheel slipping? Right, I think I modified this to be like 0.5 instead of this wheel constraint. I should probably change this back to 0.1. Right. I'll change it back to 0.1 actually. And then I need to fix the debug. Right, I think I've got it all set up there. Just got this recompile run. Oh, I don't have my stuff. Whoops. Still 0. 0 days since compile. Okay. Alright, so this is all set up there. This is going to integrate feedback. The player is set up. And then I have to double check that these are correct. Looks good. Okay. Alright, what happens? .3 seconds. Alright, the force feedback is really high. Oh, I flipped the car. I guess the wheel did fall off. know, once I get high enough, I kind of can't, like... Oh, and then just, like, flips and... jumps to that. Okay, so it seems like... Right, what should be happening with the virtual steer is I take... Yeah. Okay, virtual right needs to incorporate right more than it already is. Or perhaps the impulse is too strong and it can't ramp up? That doesn't really make any sense. Okay, so my thinking here is that what I should be doing is actually computing an impulse to apply on the next frame. So right would be virtual right minus a right impulse value that I've computed. This is what it should be doing. So yeah, I'm basically just computing an impulse every time. Right, so reset is called. Right impulse also is 0. I mean, not really necessary actually. Okay, so I guess the first thing I do is I should probably do right impulse is, well, maybe not. Maybe I just only do that when I return. Just set these to 0 before I return. Otherwise, then I do right impulse equals this value, and that's all I do. Here as well, right impulse is 0. Otherwise, right impulse is this value. And I guess I can actually take off this multiplication there and just only use that at the end. That's a lot simpler, I think. Virtual right minus right impulse times feedback -1 to 1. Okay. That should be it. So virtual steer is always updating, and then the impulse is just a momentary thing that happens. It's not building, so it shouldn't prevent us from like actually turning the wheels. It'll just like kind of slow it down a little bit, but not really. Okay, so I guess it... So I guess it does need to build. I guess actually if I'm not doing anything, then... If I'm not doing anything, maybe virtual right should be just computed in here. of the virtual steer and then set it. So if right is nothing, virtual right will be subtracting the impulse. The right impulse. And return. If they're the same, leave that. Otherwise, do this. Okay. That's what I want. Alright, the car resets to 0, and I am struggling to control it now. Okay. Alright, let's make that feedback 1, and then the wheel curve. What is the thing here? What is happening? It's a bit hard to tell. Is the input acceleration not going fast enough, or is the wheel curve? Honestly, I think it kind of makes sense where it's at. Okay. I think that's the acceleration. I'll print it out here. I'll print out whatever the input is so I can see it in real time. And I guess I should double check that right input and input speed is used everywhere correctly. I guess what I would click is forward input curve. Definitely not using that. Forward input. It's not down here. Reset speed. I don't use it down here. Yeah, okay. So I print the input here, and then I will print the input here whenever it changes. What is it? Percent 4F? I'll print this here. Oh yeah, the impulse is being constantly computed, so I guess that's correct. Maybe I would skip it if it's 0. I don't know. All right, but this is correct. Oh, the in is like super overpowering it. Hmm. Oh, this doesn't really make sense, actually. I just realized this for player. This doesn't make sense for player. If the signs are not the same, just straight up, if the signs aren't the same, reset the speed. If they're not equal, then I want to do a check here. If I guess I can check it, because the speed that I go at will either be this one or that acceleration speed. Vehicle input speed will be increasing to a limit. If they're not the same, because if I'm turning this way and I go back the other way, what I really want to do is I want to say, I want to immediately start applying a negative value. Right? So if the signs are the same, I want to restart at 0. And as long as they're not equal, actually, I guess I say this. I guess, yeah, I can do it here. If they're not the same sign, start this at 0 and start this at 0. Reset them if they're not the same sign. Okay. And then we start increasing the value and moving it towards T. When we release, we just do that. Okay. This makes sense now. This is definitely more correct. And yeah, because the frame rate is so much higher than the tick rate, that's just overpowering it in the logs. It feels really slow to get there. Jeez. Yeah, okay, so I feel like I can kind of like turn it way too fast all of a sudden. This was a tab and then this was me holding and that was too fast. So is it acceleration being too much. Also, the VR is always printing 0. I don't understand that. Why is it always printing 0? Oh, this is when they're the same. Then okay, that's this should be down here at the bottom. Hey, sit. Go for it. It's like 3 dogs just went by. And I had to prepare. Okay. Maybe I would actually just print the inputs. Actually, this would make way more sense, wouldn't it? No, that's fine. I was gonna change where I print that input. This works though. Okay, why is it decaying? It's not supposed to be decaying. Yeah, this is what I don't get. When I pause and this method keeps physics process keeps running. This is not supposed to be called. This is still calling physics process when I have it paused. What's up with that? This is supposed to be pausable. Okay, so truck vehicle pausable. I think that's what I've been missing. Right. It's a physics object, it should pause. Oh man. Okay, so they just like decided to release their dog or something and just ran up to our window. So that freaked them out. Okay. Well, I gotta leave the window closed now. Alright, so what's happening here? Are we reaching my input too quickly? Is my input growing too fast? There's my inputs, my real inputs. Inputs, real inputs. Real inputs. Okay, so this is really slow. This is really slow to get there. Okay. Sorry, one side dog is barking. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so yeah, seeing what's happening here, my input is... This dog just wants to go. No, lay down. Alright, I'm gonna close my door. Just 1 second. Lay down. Lay down. No. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Alright. I'm gonna open my window a little bit. Yeah, just look. Okay, so virtual input. True input is 0.7, so true input's like 7 times that. It's still really low. Like, does it just take off or what? I mean, maybe the limit is, the limit is reached in a quarter second. Maybe that's it. True input's a third, or 3 times that input. Actually about like 2 times. Well, yeah, it just like flipped from like 10 times to, yeah, VR. This is like 3 times. More than 3 times. And then now it's like less than 3 times. And then it's half 2 times. All right, let me just try making it read let me try this. Let me make it so, yeah, let me make it so the curve is, no, I think 1's a good starting point. This is the value that I don't really have set yet. Let me change the limit to 1. Let me change the limit to 1. So I have to reset in 2 places. Very dumb. I can stop printing it too. I have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Also, this should just be like not printing there. It should be printing. Actually, nah, I would like to print in both places. No, I don't want it to. I want it to be like this. But then I still want to turn off the. I still want to turn off the printing. Okay. What was that? I saw like snap. Yeah, what is this? No, how is that teleporting? That can't teleport. That's not how that works. So it must be a mistake here. How could I set this to 0? I don't know how I can't set this to 0. Yeah, that's not how that works. Alright, turn the printing back on. Like, what is happening there? If steer by wheel, right is virtual right. Which means this function somehow needs to output 0 as virtual right. Hey, Yulia. But I don't reset this. If right is 0, I'm resetting it. Oh, no, I do get it. This clamps it. So if virtual right is like -1, and then I press right, I get an input of yeah, okay. So that's the mistake. If I was less than right, then I don't go over right. Okay, Alright, so I guess what I do is I actually use a magnitude difference between right and virtual right. And I travel from virtual right to right. If they're the same, I don't change anything. If they're very different, like I said again, I use that magnitude difference. So no. I think this is correct. Okay, so this will change virtual right towards right. No matter what the right input is. No, it doesn't, actually. If right has a smaller absolute value than virtual right, alright, here's the thing, okay? The wheels are turned this way, I input left, okay? I want to start from here and go that way. If the input is like halfway, and I want to turn right, I start moving towards right, but not exceeding right. it's a virtual wheel, right? So much right. On a keyboard, I will eventually output 1, but it takes me a moment to get there. On a controller, the wheels are moving towards the value of right. I guess same thing with virtual right. It is moving towards the value of right. Using here's the thing. If my current input is 1 and I, on a controller, input 0.9, the difference in those values is 0.1. So I want to move with like a power of 0.1 towards 0.9. If I'm on a keyboard, my current input is 1. In order to turn left, I have to start applying a negative input. So I would have started applying like negative 0.1. So maybe if the signs are the same, I use the difference, the absolute difference between them to move towards right. Towards that input. That should handle controller. On keyboard though, if I'm at 0.9 and I input a positive like 0.01, it's going to say, all right, let's start moving towards 0.01 with that magnitude difference. That's not correct. That's not what should happen. So how do I fix this? I guess what I do is I treat my input as if it's always coming in like I'm receiving the value that I want to be at, right? Yeah, I'm receiving the value that I want to be at. Okay, I got it. This will be adding the magnitude difference. So if it's negative, I want to go negative. Okay. If right is greater than virtual right, I'm moving towards that. So this could mean that right is still positive. These are both positive values, but right is smaller, so I'd want to move towards right. So eventually this just means, yeah, I'm just approaching the value. And if they're approximately equal, that's all I gotta do, right? If they're about equal, then I just set them to be equal. So this should handle the case if I overshoot, but that shouldn't be possible. I guess it kind of is possible to overshoot. I guess it can overshoot, can't it? How do I handle when it overshoots? I guess I would know if the difference... I'm hungry? Yes, I am. No, for offset right minus virtual right. So just be offset. If we're about equal, set them to be equal. And you do some other checks. If the offset is positive and If the offset, yeah, if the offset is positive and virtual right is currently over that value, basically means I want to increase virtual right to reach right. Offset is positive and virtual right has passed it. And I guess it's the same thing. If offset was negative and we went under, alright, so now I probably should just make it like this. So if we're close, set them equal. If we were increasing virtual right and we went over right, clamp it to right. If we were decreasing virtual right and we went under right, clamp it. Right? Lots of rights. Okay. So now this handles controller input. Okay, we're targeting whatever the input is. Now, player essentially needs to translate keyboard input to controller input. So when I start pressing a key, I think what I want to do is if I don't have steer enabled, yeah, so I have to translate this to controller. If my steer is triggered, and I reset, right input is actually going to reset to, yeah, okay. So if current vehicle is wheel jolt vehicle, vehicle right input is actually going to be the current vehicle's right input. So we're going to start there. Reset the speed. These are not the same sign. But what happens when I release the key? I guess this actually handles it too. So virtual right would start at 0. Yeah, that actually handles that correctly. So I actually have to reset that. No, I do have to reset that. Okay. No. Virtual right input sets to 0. If we're not equal, or sorry, vehicle right, vehicle input, I need to stop saying right so much. Vehicle input starts at 0. It won't be equal to the steer value because it'll be 0. Sine F returns 0 when it's 0. So it starts at 0. Otherwise, we're just leaving it whatever the value is, and we're moving that direction. This also handles the case where I go from instantly pressing right to instantly pressing left. If I'm holding down left, vehicle input is moving that way. If I flip that, so I now have a negative previous input and yeah, a negative prior input and my new input is positive, I flip it back to 0, or not to 0, but flip it to whatever the wheel is currently at, or the steer is currently at. No. No, 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 that's not right, that's not right. That is incorrect. What am I trying to do? I'm converting it to, like, controller input, which is constantly being pulled. Is it actually already handled? No, because if I... Right. If the signs aren't the same, I want to do this check. If... when I release, this goes back to 0, right? So vehicle forward input is 0. I want to start, I'll even say an and current vehicle is wheeled vehicle. Oh, this is not forward input. Oh, what am I doing? How did I get forwards in here? Right. Okay. Apparently I can't parse this one. Assignment? Oh. No, I still can't figure it out. Well, actually, no, because like it's reset. If vehicle right input is 0, I have a lot of things to do here. The vehicle right input is 0. And the current vehicle is steer by wheel. I want to grab the current right input. Yes, I want to start there. I'll leave these set to zeros at the top. I'm just doing it like this because the debugger like can't understand that current vehicle is the wheel jolt vehicle unless I have unless I have the line in this very specific format. If I add any other conditions, then it's like, oh well, I don't know anymore. Apparently, that's why I'm doing it like that. So set the right input to 0. If we are in a wheel jolt vehicle, and it is steer by wheel, start our input at the current wheel value and go from there. Oh, I guess these do have to be a bunch of else's, don't they? I'll just do Boolean. Wow, I really can't type all of a sudden. Okay. So if the signs are not, if our current input is not the same as our value input, check if these signs are not the same. So if we're starting at 0, then we'll run through this check. Maybe I should do this. If vehicle starts at 0 and then do this check instead. Does this work? No, it doesn't work. Okay. Annoying. So annoying. Okay. So if we are driving a wheeled vehicle, if our input was 0, go ahead and set our input to that. And here's the difference. This will be false as well. So this doesn't do anything yet. Yeah. How much on it? The vehicle will never go over my input. The vehicle will never exceed my input. If I apply a smaller input, it will try to reach that, but it won't go lower than that. It won't go higher than that. All that. It'll just travel to it and then stop. If I release the key, it's just that, like, it needs to be, like, handled just totally differently if it's a wheel jolt vehicle and also if it's one of these. Or I guess if it's just those two together. The input needs to, like, stay. Or, like, be updated. Maybe that's just what I do. I'm getting something here. Heat difference can't be higher than 1. If the wheels are facing left and I press left, if my current input was 0, I want to start at that value if the vehicle is steer right wheel. So I want to read my current wheel input. So the current vehicle is steer right wheel, and the sign of virtual right, which is weird that, oh yeah, because we're in the right category. And they have the same sign. So if my wheels are turned left and I press left, my input will start at that value. If my wheels are turned left and I press right, the signs won't match, will be at 0. Will be at 0. The signs won't match, so we start at 0 and we start applying a negative value. Okay. But otherwise, if the wheels are facing the same way that we want to turn, and there'll be the same sign after that point, right? So this will still run only once. Current input was 0. Now if I am pressing left, wheels are all the way to the left, and I instantly press right, the signs of these two won't match. This will be really positive, this will be negative. The vehicle input won't be 0, it'll be -1. So input set won't happen, so we'll set this back to 0. Okay. Alright. Does all that make sense? I shouldn't be able to do this. Alright, so it really kind of sucks, honestly. I don't know what's going on here. Something's just weird about it. Alright, here's the test change. Alright, I'm going to turn off steer by wheel. Turn that off. So now it's just the input. Simpler controls literally just feel better. Okay. And good stuff. Can you bounce up, please? Nice. Okay. So I think this part feels good. Now, is the issue that the vehicle responds too slowly to that? I think I'm just going to turn off integrated and just leave this at 1. So I'm not having any impulse happening back. So all I should see is that the wheel will kind of behave like this, right? I feel like that's too abrupt, though, isn't it? Should I maybe limit it to the absolute value of... Yeah, what if I do that? What if I, instead of limiting it to this, I limit it to the absolute value of right? Yeah, now I'm really struggling to actually turn the thing. Okay, turn that back on. 0.7. Maybe that's what I was missing. Yeah, so that's what kind of gets me. When I start to turn like that, I like can't recover. I'm like stuck driving into the... Oh my gosh. Jeez, can this... There we go. Yeah, it really struggles to turn back the other way. Okay. So maybe I just don't do that. I just leave it. I don't think printing right. Yeah, I don't think it's printing. It seems like it really struggles to turn. Like, it's just like wobbly as crap, and I can't get it to turn back. Can we flip, please? Oh my gosh. I need to get that. I need to get like a button on there. Fix this thing and like get the button on there so I can flip this car or something just for debugging, because this is awful to work with. It seems like it just jumps. Okay. It's like suddenly... If I sit still, it's more... It's more noticeable? I don't know. Do I have it set to 1 right now? What's happening? This feels weird. Something's just strange about this. I feel like it's not telling me the truth about this. I feel like it's resetting really, really fast. I don't know, maybe it should be less. Maybe 0.5. I don't understand when it chooses to like respect that default change and when it chooses not to respect the default change. It's like so slow to turn this thing. I don't get it. What if I change it to that? Does this work? I think it's still, I think I might have done something wrong. I think it's resetting like really fast, like just way too fast. Alright, I had some thought about the friction here. I wondered if it's just too high. Like if it should be 0 to 1 instead of 0 to 2, maybe like 0 to 0.5. Like 0 to 1.2. But have like a peak at low angles. So like at 5 degrees, there's a peak to like 1.2. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna try it. So I start this at 0.32, it goes up to 2. So I'm gonna do that. Is it math sine? Okay. And I think 30 should be halfway. Yep. Alright, cool. So that's the range times math sine. I don't know what I start at, like 15 or something. Okay, I started like 25, I guess. Okay, so 0.32. I'm gonna add an element for 5, and that's gonna like glitch out everything. 5 will go to I guess 1.5. Hey, solid. And then I think 10 degrees or 15 degrees I should probably drop for the value that it should be at. So yeah, 15 is 625. Maybe I do it at 10. Five, 2, 5. Eight, 1, 9. What's going on? I am working on steering, and I feel like I think my tires just didn't make, they were too slippery. How am I already at? No, I guess that's right. 1, 5, 4. One, 3, 4, 2. So I'm trying like a slightly different shape. One, 4, 6. This should just be 1, 5. Too slippery. The thing that I just don't like is it's like a combination of the suspension and the steering and the friction, I think, and it's all... Okay, so this is too low now. I'm just testing it to see. We're at the 0.7. I feel like 0.7 was like a fine compromise. Like, comes back, but not as quick as it could. I feel like the tires didn't reset as fast as they should have there. Alright, so what's happened here? Right, suspension did weird stuff. Still shaking. Well, I'm trying to figure out the steering right now. I think it works really well. I just really want to get this. I just want to get the steering perfect. And this feels, it feels better, but I think it's probably just because the friction changes that I made. Okay, so that I didn't like. But was that because of friction or the vehicle just not turning? Or the suspension just bouncing the front wheels off the pavement so like they don't even work anymore, you know? Like, what is it? I mean, it is. I think it's like really slow to react, especially like when I want to. Okay, well, unfortunately, there was a thing there. Also, I was running out of road. It's more like when I want to change the direction of the tires, it's really difficult to do that. Like if I suddenly want to turn left here, I mean, I guess I'm just going too fast and I'm like sliding. Maybe, okay, so maybe the shape is better. I don't know. Maybe the shape is better. It's just too much right there. Maybe just one is enough. The PvP in Sudan? What? I mean, I guess it's just a fact of like the speed that I'm at. You know, maybe I expect the vehicle to be way too responsive or more responsive than it is. Tough. Maybe it should be a function of the speed of the vehicle. So I'm at a high speed, I don't really want to turn that fast, but when I'm at a low speed, I feel like I want... Oh... What? I'm just totally sliding out. Okay. Interesting. The thing that gets me kind of is that like when I make it simpler, when I'm like, all right, let me just take it out and like make it so the wheels just teleport, it feels better to control. Like the vehicle genuinely like feels better when maybe this is a good system already. It is like complicated though. Also, I'm like thinking I'm this was like a while ago when you said you were thinking it's the opposite, it has too much grip. The funny thing that I did was I said it was too slippery, and it was, but in the way that I needed to reduce friction to make it less slippery, if that made any sense. So I've actually made it more slidey. I've reduced the friction that it has. Yeah, see, I think, okay. I think what I'm running into right now is that I want this. I want this. I want to have an impulse applied from the tires directly onto the thing based on the way that it's turning. So let me see what happens when I just turn that on. I think it's going to be way too aggressive. I think it starts way too aggressive. The result is kind of the same. If I start turning here, you'll see it. Oh, too much. barrel roll. So it is the case where like the wheels, I mean, I think the result so far is that the wheels just like reset faster. But they also feel like more, okay, that was weird. Yeah, so there needs to be a limit on that. That's probably what the issue is. So there's a division by an average steer. The right impulse. Actually, how is it so large? I don't know. The thing is, I think it works pretty well right now, but I just have so many issues with it. It just doesn't feel right. I keep playing with it, it doesn't feel right. So why is it when I hold the brake, this like explodes? Because I'm looking at right too. What? Wrong method. This value explodes. So the steer difference is I guess I'll print it. I guess I'll print the steer difference. Or I'll print the impulse. So the only time I use the impulse is when I am maybe I should use the impulse. Yeah, that's the issue. Actually, no, I think I get it. I do want to always apply the impulse. Ah, this is weird. The thing is, it's too strong. It's too strong. But if I lessen it, then it either does nothing. I don't know, I can't figure it out. Genuinely, I can't figure it out. Let me check this one. I just had an idea. So I take the vehicle's turn. So, okay, here's my thought. If the vehicle's turning this way, the tires should turn like opposite the vehicle, right? The tires should just be turning opposite the vehicle. So if the current steer angle, yeah, that's the issue, right? If the steer angles are 0, they can't pass 0. So what I'm really looking to do is apply an... I think maybe this one works. I want the tires to rotate in the opposite direction that the vehicle's turning. I think it's literally exactly what I want to do. You can torture Eminem and Hitman. Was it free? I think Hitman goes free a lot, actually. I think you do it pretty regularly. Or they do like free demos or something. Free demos. They do like, for a certain time period, if you don't own the game, you can play it. What I'm doing here is if the steer angle is 0, I don't want to do anything, which is... Yeah, just take that off. I also only care if the wheel is in contact with the ground, which is physics. Damn it. I don't know. There's too many things, man. It's too complicated. I can't figure it out. Okay, here's one part about the physics that I thought of. If... Imagine the car, like, literally, like, you know... The wheels are coming off the ground, like, you've gone over, like, a short hill and you're bouncing, right? And your wheels are turned. Every time your wheels hit the ground, that steering wheel is going to get an impulse back. So, naturally what's going to happen is you're going to, like, feel this jerking motion, but you're going to correct for it. You know, it's not going to be strong enough to overpower you. But it's going to be enough to, like, you'll feel it and maybe the wheels will actually rotate back a little bit. And they turn back to meet your target. Currently the way it's set up, that can't happen. I can't give impulses that large. Or, well, not through this way. This method doesn't do that at all. If the wheel is steered and the vehicle is turning, we turn it back. That's literally how it works. Also, is this correct? I don't know. It seems like it works. It makes it reset. Would we like to get the physics side of this to work? And I think it makes sense to basically be like a force. So if I press left, my target is 1, and I have a force that increases to basically rotate this virtual wheel. This one handles a virtual wheel. Like I said, it's just like 3 things that are all interacting together to give me this feeling of how the steering feels, and I cannot figure out like which, like, I can point out and be like, okay, that felt weird, right? Like, I wanted to be able to turn the tires more than that, and I just couldn't for some reason. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm like faking it too much. Like, maybe I'm just not trying to drive like a real course. Like, maybe that's the problem. I should try driving a real course. And the problem is, because I'm not driving a real course, I'm like creating scenarios that just don't happen. Like, I'm like flipping the car back and forth. And I'm like, when something weird happens, it's just spun out there. When something weird happens, then I'm like, don't know. I just don't know what the issue is. Or what, I don't know exactly what my issue is. I just know sometimes it feels really bad. And my only thing is that the wheels didn't turn far enough. I'm like, okay, the wheels aren't, or the tire, yeah. The steering wheel isn't turning fast enough. But I don't know. Off-road is available. That doesn't have anything to do with steering. I'm like talking about precise steering. Like the precise steering I don't like. Like making sharp turns, like, is it... Do I need to have like a limiter on the steer? Like, is that like, do I need to add another thing for the steering? So my max angle is based on the current turning of the tires, basically. Turn this up a little bit. I think it should be higher. Sounds like a skill issue. It's not. It's like, I feel like if the wheels turned faster sometimes, then I wouldn't have like missed a turn, or I wouldn't have hit something. Like I'd be able to correct myself faster. And maybe, again, it's just like a consequence of just being on the keyboard. You know, that's difficult. That's a difficult thing to drive on a keyboard. And maybe I'm just trying to do too much for the keyboard. But if I think about it, like even if I were on controller, the cases where I'm pressing the button immediately. Let me do this. Let me like crank up the input acceleration here. Okay, the limit's hard capped at 2 because I forgot something. Yeah, I forgot a bunch of these. To click off and back on. Just make it all 10. Make sure the player is actually updated here, because it's never going to be updated here. Oh, it is. Cool. And I mean, that was kind of my goal there. I didn't quite recover, but I also didn't flip out, so that's good at least. And there I did not flip out. Maybe what it is when I'm sliding like that, like that's the case where I feel like if the wheels just turn back immediately, like if the impulses were helping me, then it would be better there. Where I'm starting to slide out. I'm just gonna drive over this. Should make me start sliding. And then yeah, when the wheels like start detaching from the ground because it's bouncing too much, that's an issue. Like, dude, that's just so stupid. That just feels so stupid when that starts happening. I think it really is just the suspensions just have too much power. They can just start applying like insanely high forces that they shouldn't be able to apply. And I feel like it handles really bad in that case, right? Where I like make a turn there and I turn the other way and the wheels, the tires are just sliding the entire time. Like that isn't, honestly that there just didn't make any sense. It's so annoying to me. Clamp the forces, yeah, right. Like there, I don't think I should be sliding out. I think there's no world where I slide out there. I should have made that turn perfectly fine. Like I'm sliding this whole time, I'm sliding. That front tire is not... It's the friction, it's the suspension, it's the steering, it's the reset, it's the forces. Like, there's too many things affecting the control of this vehicle. And I don't know. I could literally just change any of them at this point. And it's frustrating because I would just like to be able to build off of, I want to say, all right, let's get the suspension working. Okay, the suspension works. Let's get the friction working. Okay, the friction works. Now let's get the steering working. Like, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Like, there's just so many things that can change all the time. And they all feed back into each other and like how the vehicle handles, and just move the whole thing to the side apparently. I'm not sure how that happened. Like, that corner at 25 didn't make any sense. No world am I sliding there. Okay, maybe 30, but then it's like these low speeds. It's just slide, slide, slide. And I mean, I did just drop the friction, but it's I did that for a reason. I'm trying to remember what it was. I did that because I think it was like too reactive. Maybe the combination of this peak here is just too much. Just delete that. And I guess also delete this one. Okay, that seems better. But now I struggle to... Yep. So that's where, like, physics feedback from the wheels would help me there. Because those front tires should be just, like, turning straight on their own. They really should be. Just restart it. Just restart it. Can this just, like... Please. Okay. Is this UI laggy right now? I don't know. Like, my process just sucks. I think that's pretty much the whole thing. My process for this sucks. I keep going back, I keep changing different things, and I'm like, no, that didn't do anything. And then I don't know. It sucks. It really does suck. Because I can't, yeah, I can't correct. Because I'm not getting any help from the tires there. I can't correct. The tires don't want to go straight. They want to stay their current direction. So that's like a reset impulse problem. So do they need to, can I still like leave out physics on this and just say, all right, you need to reset in the opposite direction that the car is turning. So when the car starts turning extra there, the wheel should turn back with it a little bit, right? When I'm not applying input. Is that just what I'm missing? Maybe it is. The wheels should be resetting in the opposite direction of the vehicle turning. Currently, they reset to 0 and then they stop. There's no I in skill issue. What? Or is that L? I don't know what you do. I don't know which letter you typed. Okay. So let me make this. How do I do this? Honestly, I might just literally restart. Yeah, straight up restart me. Reset me. I want the tires to turn back in the opposite direction that the body is rotating on that axis. If the tire has contact. The tire's not in contact, don't do anything. So what I need to get is an amount to turn the wheels by according to their current steer and the vehicle's rotation. All right, let me look at what the code was before, I guess. So I'm computing an average steer angle. I ensure that it's at least this large. The right impulse is the current steer. Or I guess just the sign of the steer. What is this? Routine is finally out. Game and development hell. I don't know what routine is. So the vehicle turn is its radians per second over the average steer angle. So yeah, okay. So the vehicle's rotating average steer in radians. Okay, I get it. So steer angle in radians. I think this actually tells me if it has contact, doesn't it? Where is it? What do I call it on? Controller? Has contact. Awesome. If the wheel does not have contact, continue. I need to check wheel settings. Like so. A game that went from their own engine to Unity to Cry engine to Unreal. Dude, what? Okay. I'm lying. Okay. So you told me nothing about it. What is the game? Setting, if it cannot be steered, we ignore it. Okay, then otherwise I'm using that steer angle. It has contact with the ground. Right. So we have contact with the ground. Is this the only fix that I needed? So if its steer angle is 0, and the vehicle is rotating 1 degree, I want to rotate... Vehicle is turning this way, I want to turn the tires opposite of the vehicle turning. Okay. Maybe this is it. Maybe my issue is that I don't have a goal. My goal is just, does it feel right? So yeah, the tires aren't turning back. I think that's because I don't do anything. No, I do. So I immediately notice the tires aren't turning back. The wheel setting, if it cannot turn, we ignore it. Otherwise we get the steer angle. So I don't actually understand why it's oh, because when this is you know what, just do it like this. Just do it like that. Just do it like that. We just do it like that. I'm gonna check this called routine. Okay, so it always wants to turn right then, huh? Uh-huh. So why is it not turning? It should be turning, the vehicle's turning left, it should be turning right. Like that's what it's supposed to do. The vehicle is turning left, the right impulse turns it right. I guess because why? So right impulse is the vehicle's turn rate over this value, and then I use a smaller portion of that. So if the vehicle is turning left, I want to turn the wheels right. It's like it's doing the opposite. So do I actually use a negative sign on here? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why. Like, that doesn't... Like, what is happening? What is going on? Okay. I'm not sure what's up with this right now. This is being really strange. So... What? Vehicle turning left, turn right. Turn is negative, steer is negative, right impulse becomes positive. I'm subtracting right impulse. Alright, let me do add right impulse, and then this will just be negative. Add the right impulse. It still does that. Why? Why? The average turn is 1. The vehicle is rotating 1. So 1 over 1. Right, it wants to rotate further. I'm so confused. Why is the math wrong? Does that need to be negative? If the vehicle is turning right and the tires are facing right, I treat it as if the vehicle is facing left. So then the tires will come back. Okay. And I'm adding the impulse. All right. Positive, positive. The result is negative. Good. Negative, negative. The result should be positive. So negative. If the same sign, the result should be negative. If they're opposite signs, you just like... If these aren't the same, I would like to do a... I would like to go in the negative steer. If the signs don't match, so I'm turning, the tires are facing the wrong way as the vehicle's turning. Actually, I want to go more in the direction of the steer. More steer. If they are mismatched. If they are the same, I want to steer in the opposite direction. If we're facing the wrong way, I want more steer. If we're facing the same way, I want opposite steer. And I don't know why, unless I'm about to type this in and run it, and it's going to be totally wrong again. I want the opposite of my steer. I don't know why that something's weird here. This may not work. Okay, I'm getting more steer. All right. Put the vehicle turn. I don't know what's wrong. Something is busted. Okay, so vehicle turn is positive. No, this should be negative. Okay. And the vehicle turn is... No. Is this like the wrong way around? So if I just take this off and just do that. What's going on here? Positive? Negative. What? No, this was... What? Wait, what did this used to be? This is so weird. That's just not what it used to be. It used to be negative for left turns and positive for right turns. What changed? I must have changed this incorrectly. This, I never even committed it before, so I don't even know what it was before. No way. Okay, well, it just needs to be negative. Whatever it is, it just needs to be negative. So, just make this negative. I don't know why it's like that. That's incorrect. Left turn negative, right turn positive. Okay. So now this should work. Should stay straight. Good, it's staying straight. Turn left, and we should reset back to center. And it's like really jittery. Okay. I think because it approaches 0 is my only thought there. Average steer approaches 0, and then it becomes like a huge impulse on it. Okay, so that's the thing. So I guess the absolute value of average steer can't go lower than vehicle turn. Or the impulse can't be higher than vehicle turn. Than this. Alright, first of all, let me see if I can get this to even work. Can I prove mathematically that this is the same as just writing this? As writing this line? Maybe if I just expand it out. Yeah, so when both values are positive, I want to go I guess it's probably just this, isn't it? Would it just be the same as doing this? So if both values are positive, I'm going to get a negative value. If both values are negative, I would like a positive value. So this is a negative value, and this becomes a negative to positive value. Okay, so maybe I really do genuinely need this. All right, let me do this. If the signs are the same, average steer is negative steer. And then I just do that. That's what I do. If the signs are the same, I want to turn in the opposite direction. If they're mismatched, I want more in the steer direction. So when the value approaches 0, so the vehicle's turning and the wheels basically reach 0. The result kind of explodes. So I guess the limit needs to be this value, right? I will multiply that and then do right impulse is clamp this value, the range I guess this. Oh. Do that, and you just do this. Negative turn to positive turn. Okay. Alright. So no more crazy results when I'm turning back from 0. Alright. It's working, but it kind of seems like it infinitely fishtails. So it's like an automatic fishtail machine. Can it recover at all? Is it because it doesn't recover fast enough? Okay. And unfortunately, I went off the road. Okay. Yeah, this is like inducing fishtailing so badly. Okay. What's going on with that? What parameters do I have got? Should this be at a higher value? I don't know. Maybe I make this 1 and see. Okay, it's at 1. Okay. All right, so I think maybe I can fix this with like kind of going back to how it was with a little bit of extra a little bit of extra friction near the start of this. And then I guess I would need this 10-degree one back. 525. Okay, so I guess I'll just leave that 10-degree one sitting there then, if I'm going to be adding this and removing it. Yeah, like, I don't know what that's about. It just kind of keeps, it seems like just keep turning. Maybe it's too overcorrecting? Like, I feel like I'm tapping the button and then I'm just kind of shooting off. Maybe this is where it needs to overcorrect. It turns back faster. Because this was a thought that I had originally, was that when I was driving, I felt like when I released the tires, they started they would turn back too quickly, so I have to keep like grabbing the wheel to keep those tires turned. So maybe this is where that comes in now. I feel like it's just taking way, I feel like it's not correcting fast enough. It needs to correct faster than it is. Okay, just stop. Small inputs feel nice. Small inputs feel nice now. The car kind of wants to keep itself straight, which I think is good. It's what it should do. Alright, maybe this is too much. Maybe that's too much. A little bit less. Okay. That was weird. Alright. Bring this back to like 40 degrees. I think there's just too much. I'm allowed to make way too much rotation of those wheels. That was a bit weird. And I just hit a wall. I will say this change makes it feel a lot nicer for small inputs. I think I already said that. It feels way nicer for small inputs, but longer inputs seem like they linger really badly. Okay, yeah, like what was that? That was weird. The wheels just aren't turning back. So is that because maybe I need to allow this to be slightly larger than that? You know, I can't go over, I guess, 1.5 the vehicle turn rotation. But I feel like if I do anything like that, then I would get snapping happening at low. I think I see it happening. You're right. I feel like I see snapping happening. So just slightly over that. Not too much over that. Cyberpunk looks more appealing after looking at this for 12. Yeah. I'm seeing it. Yeah. There's an instability happening there because of this. Okay, so I can't do that. Maybe I didn't go high enough. Maybe I need to go higher. 1.5. Cybertruck? I think Cybertruck is definitely a... Well, I don't know. Maybe not that. I think if I had to pick between this shape and Cybertruck shape, I might actually prefer this shape. If it was literally just cubes and sharp edges. Oh. And I messed up. And it's fine. Sky Bolivian. Okay. Yeah, like okay, that was ridiculous. I could not continue going straight because it kept overcorrecting. So what was going on there? This is weird. This is weird. I can't figure this out. It takes too long to correct, but it's also not taking too long to correct. Like, I'm seeing what the tires are doing, and they're doing the right thing. Oh, that's odd. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Did these tires just start turning? I mean, I guess that's actually correct, isn't it? Isn't that like what tires literally do? They will do that. You start reversing. The tire wants to... So... That is correct. But it's not quite right because I would just be holding... I would be holding the steering wheel in place while doing this. So I added a little bit of instability there and it immediately shot me off the side. So how do I deal with that? I guess what I'm missing there is technically there should be like... If I'm at 0, there should be resistance to this. To the wheels turning when I'm at 0. A small resistance. Maybe that's what it is. Leave that at 1. Oh, well, I think... Yeah, I think the tires reset faster, so I'll leave that at 1.2. But then if I'm at 0... there should be some resistance to this. So I guess the resistance should just be like... times that. I will add impulse, and then I will do the absolute value of the larger value. The larger value between 0 and absolute value of impulse minus 0.1. So there's a small resistance to it. So if I start by turning the tires left a little bit and reverse. Okay. Alright, weird. Okay. That went crazy, like, instantly. Okay, is one just too high? Did I make it too high? I don't know. What? I'm wondering, am I the GLB house model's floor? Merging the floor normals with the walls. Yeah, literally just make it yourself. Okay, so this tire is literally never turning back straight. It's still just never turning straight. How small does this need to be? Okay, reset. We're resetting now. Alright, see you solid. Yeah, okay, so it's just never... Just change it back. Please. Maybe I just say if I'm reversing and my input is 0, then don't do this, right? So or rather, is it because I think it's because of this actually. My right input is coming in at 0. Yeah, that is the issue. So we should always be going towards this value unless they're the same. So maybe now, do I just apply the impulse always? So I want to apply some offset here. And then maybe what I do is I apply the impulse first. Apply the impulse. If they're the same, we're done. Then apply the steering input. The issue is that this, I'm sure, will make it so I just can't return to 0. Alright, I can't start turning when I'm going too fast. Waiting for something weird to happen. So I need to start sliding. Don't leave me with him. I can't slide the car. What's going on? Why can't I slide the car? So it is this, I guess. I mean, what's 5 degrees at? 423. So I'm gonna set this to 423. That should bring me back to sliding, right? This, all my Q is using Unreal Engine? I don't think so. Whatever it is, I don't think so. Oh, I think I was kind of sliding there. I feel like I'd be crazy to say that the truck feels good now. It would be crazy to say that. That would absolutely just be insane to say. It's not the URL to my stream. That 2-year-old Olmec clip looked like you were a bully in college. Where I'm wearing sunglasses? Can I not wear sunglasses? What? Was that actually 2 years ago at this point? Okay. Yeah, so suspension just... Can I recover from this? Oh my god. Why did it stay on the ground that long? Wow, alright. That was funny. Normally it does like one twist and then it flips itself back up. It just kept spinning. Alright. Alright. That was weird. Why did I bounce off that so hard just now? What was that? Ah, long live Jolt. It's definitely because the suspension can just apply too much force. There's no limits on that. So oh my gosh. I need to try like a low speed thing for a second. Like, can I come in here at really low speeds? And it feel okay, well I missed. That's my fault. Alright, let me jump the curb over here and go behind this. And I hit the wall. Truck is just too big, man. Should be able to fit in that. Yep. Because I designed it that way to be big enough to fit the truck through that, of course. So, I'll be honest. It seems okay now. But what monster have I made? That's the real question. What monster have I made? I kind of don't like that the wheels reset, but I guess that's just like... You know. Skate? Okay. It's funny that you misspelled that, because scat is a word for shit. I can still drift. Scat car. And it seems like the things go straight. SCAT. And I can recover from like small fish tails. It doesn't feel like... It feels really good. Like knowing like the turning ability of the vehicle, maybe I should turn up the turn angle a little bit. 43 degrees. You know what? 45. Keep it simple. Dude, I'm not ready to say this is done. I'm not ready to say this is correct. Or this feels good. But I'm struggling. I have not been able to encounter a weird situation where I felt like that was great. That felt awesome. I started fishtailing there and I recovered like immediately, and I'm gonna flip because I went on the grass. Oh, come on. Alright. I don't like that the tires reset when at a standstill, but that's... I don't know. That's like a personal thing. But for the inputs, for the results of this, it feels great. I can tell the tires are counter-rotating just a small bit, which gives you that extra assistance to the vehicle to go straight, you know? Like, there's a small correction there that the car did automatically, which was awesome. It seems like it helps you. I'm like giving me relationship advice. I don't think I can give relationship advice. I'm not particularly qualified. Like, I really like this. I actually really like this. Suspensions still need to be corrected. They are insane how powerful they can be. The thing is, what I wonder is, have I just made a vehicle that Could it be simpler and get the same result here? Because right now, it works well. But if I were to try... I'm worried. Like I said, I don't want to call this good, but I've been driving it for a while and it still feels good. Like, that's awesome. How the car just like recovered there is awesome. Doesn't have a degree in relationships? Yeah, I don't have that. He's gay in Minecraft. No. Is it all that's happening here is that the tire is just resetting to 0 when I let go of it? Is that really it? Is that the whole thing? No, because it counter steers very slightly sometimes. And that's good. It stops you from going out of control. Like, I keep telling myself, oh, this is bad, but no, like, I've done this like 3 times now. Like, dude, I just fishtailed so hard there and I recovered it. I can make myself fishtail. Alright, what happens if I fishtail and I leave the car to handle it? Alright, figure it out. Okay, we're just going this way, I guess. What does it look wobbly? Because it is wobbly. The thing is, I feel like this is kind of correct. Like, I've seen cars slide out, not personally, but, you know, through videos, and this is how they slide out. Like, that's what happens. Oh my gosh, am I actually gonna call this done? On steering? I don't know. I don't know. It feels so much nicer, but like I said, I wonder if it's just because the tires are resetting to 0. Is that all it is? Star citizening this. I am. The thing is, I don't want a single part of this game to feel like it wasn't very good. Like, genuinely, I'm gonna say this right now, I would literally just play this on keyboard and mouse. Alright, okay. Let me say something. Alright, this is something I haven't actually considered yet until just now. When you're playing this game, I'm out, I'm shooting the zombies. So that's something I gotta figure out. The truck has a tendency to roll. I guess if I get out and I'm at a low enough speed, the vehicle applies the handbrake, probably. I'm out, I'm shooting zombies, I'm using my mouse, I'm shooting, I get in the truck, and I don't want to pick up my controller and start driving with... Like, that's how people play GTA normally. They jump out of the car, they take their hands off the controller, they slap it on the keyboard, and they start going from there. And they get back in the vehicle, they grab their controller. I don't really want that. I want the keyboard driving to feel like it's good, and I feel like it's really good. I feel like it's good enough that I would not personally want to just start using the controller to drive. I would use the keyboard to drive. This is a zombie game? Yeah. I want no part of it to feel like it's bad. I want the truck to be fun enough that you could pretty much just have fun driving around and that's it. And also good enough that if I were to say like, hey, I want to make a racing game, I have the controller done. I have it in a really good spot already. All right, I'm calling it. The steering is actually good now. I like the steering. Barrel roll. I like the steering. I am going to avoid touching the steering anymore. Its current settings are really good. Keep those CPPH and sell them as your car physics plugin. This is just enough that it's good. I amplify it. Player. Okay, so everything is like maxed out at 10 right now. What happens if I drop that back to normal values? So I had everything at 10 before, which I assume just meant I was very slightly smooth. And watch it be the case where, even though I typed in 10 there, the world was running with like the normal values. Hey Jer Bear, thanks for following. Okay, so why does 10 feel like... Alright, let me sit still. It is slow. Okay, so it is slow. What do I do about this? How do I make these normal values? The truck is at... Okay. I think those are good looking values. I don't do that. Some amount of lag on the input makes it feel more real. Maybe. There's already a lot of delay. It's more that I don't know. Godot is like really inconsistent when these things are set correctly. Like if I set it through code or something. Alright, what if I do something insane like 100? So I'm basically applying I'm essentially applying just ones and zeros. Actually, I could literally just figure that out by turning this off. I'm applying 1 and 0 just by turning this off. What does that look like? And maybe that's like as all this should be. Okay, maybe, okay. I need a little bit. I do need a little bit. But I think 10 is too much already. I'm just testing 100 to see. To see when it becomes too much. Is 100 too much? Okay, 100 is too much. 10s don't seem right. 10 doesn't seem right. All right, I'm just making it 10 because that seemed okay. Perhaps maybe acceleration should be greater than that. And if I'm working in like the 10s already, at what feels good, then I probably don't need any more precision like 0.1. So I'll do that. 20, 20, 50. Okay. Is 20. I'd say that almost feels too fast, but it's, I mean, it's still smooth. Smoother. Right? 20. I mean, I just don't like that those values are like by 10s. Do I just multiply them by 10? Maybe that's what I do. I just multiply the input by 10. So I'll set this back to like a 2. I'll allow myself to be that precise. A 1 and a 1.8, and I'm just going to multiply these by 10 when I use them. Because I really like them being in the 1s range. Okay, and then there's one other one, reset speed. Oh, apparently I messed up and I... What? Wait, do I not even use that value? I don't. Okay. So this value is actually unused. Interesting. All right. Maybe I should... Can I recover that? I did. I am still actually trying to recover that. And it's just... That thing is just too bouncy. Sometimes it's just too bouncy. And the suspensions just kind of go crazy. Yeah, so... I gotta ignore that. That's still bad. That's still bad. Can we get back? Can we get back? Nice. I do really like this. And yeah, okay. So when I go off there though, that's just the suspensions doing that. Yeah, at some point I really gotta do that. They need to be limited in how much force they can apply on a single tick. Probably just to like whatever would be like 5 or 10 millimeters worth of force. Actually, that's still kind of a lot, isn't it? I mean, it would definitely help stop the cases where I like run onto a curb and they instantly contract to like within 1 or 2 ticks. Actually, I'm not even sure how many ticks that takes. It's hard to judge short time periods like that. It essentially applies like the full force of the suspension contracting for like 2 or 3 frames continuously. So I mean, any limit I put on that is probably going to be better than nothing. Or than what it currently is at. What? That's how that 107 followers. It has been 107, right? Unless someone unfollowed today. Maybe it's not fast enough. Okay. I think it's just not enough. So let's do 2.5. Can we fix? Okay. I heard notifications. Huh? What notification? That was like a while ago. Alright, it decided to recover itself. So is that me having too much control over it now? I feel like it's really touchy now. It's touchier than it should be. It's pretty good. Your tire grip is off? Do you think it's too much or too little? Please tell. Too little. Maybe. I had it higher, and I turned it down. Someone said they thought it wasn't slippery enough, which I did turn it down. It's still higher than normal, I think. But I guess I don't really know how friction, like what friction values should be. They're typically between 0 and 1. I guess for like physical objects that are like, because these would be off-road tires. Their friction is not based on like the shape of them. They're actually just a curve value. So I can make it whatever. Friction is low because suspension is... That too. That's the thing I can't quite figure out. I feel like sometimes the suspension is pulling the tires off the ground because it bounces too much. I don't know. I have it turned to over 1. It goes past 1. Which I think makes sense if the tires are like off-road tires, they have gaps in them that apply, I would guess, apply more friction onto a rough road. Min-max everything to get intuitive value. Nice. I think if I go too high in the friction, I also get the issue of rolling. Currently, I don't have an issue with rolling. Rolling only happens if I start hitting curbs, and then the suspension just, you know, pops instantaneously. Maybe I should have like a better way of... Because I think the shape of the curve that I have is really good. I think it's correct. Essentially more friction as the tires go off the road, but with some baseline friction. Which only matters when... Actually, you know what? That's one thing I never really thought about, is why can I set the friction to like a high value at 0 and it doesn't slow me down? I don't know. Hard to know how much Jake is fun making versus frustrating. I think essentially my goal with this was to make it feel good enough that I would want to play with this on a mouse and keyboard, and I am. And I'm at that point already. I think I can definitely say I'm really happy driving this on mouse and keyboard. Here's one thing. Handbrake. Does the handbrake let me slide out easier or not? I mean, it should, right? Maybe if I had like... I don't know. Yeah, probably what I do there. I had a friend working on this at one point, and he made the handbrake drift. He basically just swapped out the curve for like no friction on the back tires, which is exactly it looked good. Can I still do this? Yeah. All right. Not from stationary. Yeah, okay. Seems right. I just drove it for like... I've probably driven this car more than I've even worked on anything at this point. I can't escape the feeling that I've just written a complicated system that can be simplified. And I've just made something like so complex that if I wanted to modify it, I might end up with something weird happening. But everything is like, I mean, it's... I'm super skeptical of myself. Like, genuinely, this change, making it so it rotates back, or it turns back even if I'm not pressing a button, I feel like has done a lot for it. Yeah, what happens when I reverse again? Let me check that. So I know that it resets to 0 on its own, but if I hold back and then let go... Okay, well there I put something behind the truck there. Okay, so I'm still turning. Still turning. Still turning. Which, you know what, maybe that's fine. That's what I kind of expected to happen. At least straight. You know, go straight. Now, what if I just start reversing at what I think is a straight line? Okay, it's a straight line. Cybertruck 2.0. Dude, I don't know. Okay. One second. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think... Yeah. I'm gonna get lunch. 2 hours before I would normally have dinner. And I'm gonna make... like, a course. Okay, first of all, before I lose everything... I think I can probably send it like it is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put like, I don't know, floating arrows and like vertical bars or something to drive the truck through. Signs, stuff, that's very simple stuff right there. Nothing in the world. What is that? Oh yeah, I guess I'm adding new points so I can like mess with stuff. I think I'm gonna leave it as it is. If I put a spike early in the steer angle, then it can't fishtail anymore. It stops doing that. Or it's really resistant to it when I do that. Okay, so I'm adding steer by wheel, a virtual steer, or a virtual input. I have 2 updates. I feel like now that I have the impulse, I feel like the steering is good. Maybe in the future I look at getting that. The tires to turn based on their impacts with the ground instead of just the rotation of the vehicle. But I feel like the rotation of the vehicle is simple enough and it works. It doesn't consider physics at all. It's just, is the vehicle rotating on the axis? Are the tires touching the ground? Steer the tires, right? I changed the slip. Steer by wheel, that's fine. There's a deleted line there. I'm gonna bring that back. The dog heard me start talking about getting up and now he wants to go. Chill out. We're getting there. Just hang on. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Work on vehicle steering. It feels pretty good now. There's ads. Yeah, they need it. They need it. Okay. They're gonna die faster than I thought. I think they have more than enough investment to keep going. What am I trying to push before I can commit? Add impulses to wheel info. Change jolt slip 0.1. Set jolt slip. I guess this would be a revert. Revert jolt slip. Wheel info method now returns lateral and null slip impulses and reverted a change to the slip ratio for automatic shift. It's loud, like lip smack he just did. Even Nvidia and Microsoft are teaming up with the Anthropic in another 30 billion. That was 2 days ago. It's crazy. 30 billion sounds nothing to me after hearing about all these details. I think it's just that wait, I might be getting confused between the two. GPT is the one that like kept trying to I think maybe it's just that like ChatGPT has a worse and OpenAI has a worse public perception than Anthropic. Alright. It's all in there. I am gonna grab food, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. What was this? Anthropic excelled at tool calling. Models look more environment aware than GPT. And Cloud CL is still the best. What tools have made them cheaper? I think I did hear someone talking about it, and they were saying that they were using Claude a lot for their command line stuff. Alright. I've got food. Oh yeah, I think I still got stuff. Yeah. What is this? Moment of inertia of a cube. Of course. I don't think I watched this one. Did I? Oh. Oh, I did. I saw this one. I said enough about that one. At 98 seconds. Oh, Vidoc? Should I start a minute and a half in? Or just bring back to 0? I can't watch the... Ooh. I can't watch the whole thing. But I'll watch some of it.
It's a Star Wars lens. This is Destiny with the Star Wars lens, like this really cool combination that hasn't been done before.
I can't wait to take a Praxic Blade to Mars.
What was this subtitle? This is a huge subtitle. Oh, it's the text at the bottom. May be required.
This is Destiny with the Star Wars
16
lens,
minutes.
like this really cool combination that hasn't been done before.
I can't wait to take a Praxic Blade to Mars.
Don't be a ridiculous fan. Just stay cool.
Wait, we gotta squat it up and play through. Oh, yeah.
This is why we got into games in the first place. Early on, we developed this North Star, authentically Destiny, unmistakably Star Wars. It has to be something that feels like a Destiny story. It can't feel like a one-off. This can't feel like a side quest, right? Like this has to be a continuation of the Fate Saga.
I got this vision. I knew it came from the Nine.
But with Star Wars beats and Star Wars visual.
Okay, the subtitles are getting in there. I need to fix those. I think I dragged them too far up or something.
Territory for Lucasfilm games,
Like
and that
bug.
this is the
Okay.
first time we're telling a story inspired by Star Wars within a different universe.
At the heart of like.
Okay, why do they keep
every
talking about Star
Guardian's
Wars? Is
identity
that real?
Like this healthy, independent.
Lucasfilm games. Okay.
Rebellious streak.
We were
It is
excited
Star
to actually
Wars.
explore that scoundrel fantasy, bounty hunters, the syndicates, going out and doing jobs with a ragtag team. We took inspiration from Star Wars to ensure the scale, visual language, soundtrack, and cinematic storytelling in Renegades delivered on everything fans will have come to expect from the franchise.
The Praxic Blade collaboration stands out to me.
Because lightsabers are so iconic, it was absolutely critical to get that balance right.
The team at Lucasfilm
Star
Games
Wars
was just so
$40.
solutions focused. It wasn't, no, it has to be this way. It was a lot of back and forth and asking questions about how would this work? Let's talk about it. All right,
Like, if
oh,
they're
so
talking
we
about
did
Star Wars,
that.
they need to have a
Okay.
lot of Star
What would
Wars.
that look like?
A
It was all
lightsaber is
about
not enough.
What is best for the player?
That one Strider
When we
thing
announced
is
this
not enough.
collaboration with the studio, James may or may not have been wearing a fighter pilot helmet.
They did have like
Yeah.
settings.
and Star Wars
Wait.
shared
James may
Are
or
they
may
sitting
not have
in
been wearing a
like
fighter
the
pilot
bar? They are.
Yeah. Destiny and Star Wars.
They made a whole set for
shared that
this.
same beating heart. I was like, oh, this is gonna be special.
We were given such a unique challenge. How can we achieve the aesthetic and the feel of Star Wars without losing the narrative threads that we've created so far for Destiny at the same time?
It wasn't until we found our footing with creating a foundation
What?
in Destiny
What?
that things started to click
What
together.
are they talking about?
Found our
Losing
The narrative threads. I mean, I guess that's a good description of it. Honestly, I feel like Destiny, like... I played Destiny 2 a lot, and I can't recall a single, like, story thing about it. I really can't. I played it with a friend for, like, several weeks. We did everything. I don't remember anything about the story. The story ended. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's why I think, like, played it early. Nope. Not really. It was already out for like a year or more, I think, when I played it. But when they're talking about story, what do they mean?
the narrative threads that we've created so far for Destiny at the same time.
It wasn't until we found our footing with creating a foundation in Destiny that things started to click together.
I remember the first time that we went down to San Francisco. We had this really big meeting where it was the Destiny narrative folks on one side.
I think
Star
I
Wars
played
folks on the other side.
long
We
before they
broke the
did like
ice
a
by just
whole
asking,
gutting
"What's
of the
bad
game.
version of this?" We had a really good laugh over what that looked like. And through that, we kind of uncovered that this should be the aesthetic, the vibe of Star Wars with the truth to Destiny.
It genuinely felt like,
needed to be there too.
all right, what's our next mission we're doing? And then you just kind of found a new area and did that.
We begin 2 months after the Edge of Fate has happened. The world has moved and changed, and we're still trying to figure out what Binding the Nine means.
The Vanguard have redacted the prophecy of extinction.
They don't want the public to panic over this prophecy.
The crux of our story is the Drifter asking us to help him break Vanguard law
Whoops.
for good reason to confront a new rising faction of Cabal called the
Whoops.
Baron
I had
Imperium.
the speed
It's
turned
what
up.
drives Eris to help the Drifter out, as well as the player Guardian.
When we were thinking about what kinds of characters should be in this release, we thought about the kinds of archetypes we see throughout Star Wars.
Yeah, and Drifter is an easy parallel. He and Han Solo share a cocky attitude, both former criminals.
In Star Wars, there's
Okay, so they gotta stop yapping. This is just yap. Guys. Like, all right, let me actually go rewind to their titles. What are their titles? What do they do for this game? Here's the title. Producer. Okay. So he's not a game dev.
Wars lens, like this really
The Mars wanted games into first. Authentically Destiny.
Producer.
Can't feel like a of
This was Uncharted by Star Wars.
I think every Guardian
Design director?
Actually explore
Not a game dev.
that
Producer.
jobs
Not a
with
game dev.
the practical
iconic.
so about like inspiration of the
in Star Wars.
we Star Wars
Oh.
in such a unique challenge.
Not a game
The
dev.
narrative
Okay,
Footing
so
with-
they're literally just yapping about it. Nice to see Michael Salvatore again. Can we get one game developer on this at this table? Is that possible? Was this guy introduced?
More of that place where
figure out of something kind of new. Wars
50-50 excite worlds and not feel out
No.
of place.
This is just Star Wars.
Dude. I don't think anyone believes these people in these positions know what they're doing anymore. I don't think anyone believes that. Making of a renegade? Behind the scenes. That's not behind the scenes. The making of... No. This is like the closest we get. When they go to someone who's actually doing something for the game, that is the closest we get. The making of is them talking about them basically gushing about how good of a job they did, I guess, and how exciting everything is and how awesome everything is.
Pushing so out, and that felt more full on, more.
And then we have like real people who are actually working on the game. Like they're really doing something. Gosh. All right. I feel like you're only allowed to talk about the game if you're making the game. Right? I don't consider directors and producers are not making the game. Producers aren't making the game. Directors not really making the game. They're saying like, I want it to look like this. And then they give feedback on the artist. I can talk about your game. Yeah, I mean, that would be like having you talk about the car mechanics. Except you actually have probably given more feedback to me than any of those directors and producers have given anyone working on that game. Beyond just making requests of what they want. Why is this in 480p? That's pretty cool. Tell them how happy I am with it. I'm happy to add a van. Add Van Diesel. Van Diesel. Okay, that was a little silly. That guy was blocking 5 different directions by blocking his like left shoulder. Look a little silly. Okay, I want to say something. Immediately, it's just like this. It's just like this. Skip ahead of it a little bit. It is less like actual, you know, perspective gameplay, like from the real perspective of the game, but dude, this is the winning formula for game trailers. It really is. Just do this. Show things that are happening in the game. Show the cool stuff that happens in your game, right? Music was a bit intense. But at that point, that's like a nitpick. Again, this was a little goofy. He's like guarding his shoulder here, and he's like blocking his legs with it. It's a little silly. But you know. I'm eating every trailer Asian studios give me as long as it's not a Korean MMO. I believe they pay their devs nothing. Like I said, I wish there was more actual gameplay. Maybe a little bit about do they do any talking? They don't do any talking. Maybe a little bit, you know, like what's happening. You know, Avatar: The Last Airbender intro. Earth, wind, fire, water, whatever it is. Earth, air, whatever order it is. Like something. Asian needs to chill. They're cooking too much and I'm not done eating. Okay. Hear nothing about this game for 6 years. Yeah, this is a good trailer. I mean, this is probably super scripted right there, but this is cool. That's actually cool. May never play it, but I can say it looks good. They made a good trailer. And it looks like they are having fun making the game as well. Maybe a little too much fun. These guys are weirdly shaky. Yeah. Cool. It's gonna be it. I gotta eat. I gotta eat my food. It's getting dark. I want to make that test racetrack or whatever. Course. Not really a track. Yep. I mean, that just settles it for me. That's 2 trailers now that has just been like gameplay and like non-offensive music in the background, or just music that works with it, I guess. And just things that are happening in the game. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe a little bit of talking. Two days and 14 hours? What? Like overall? Or in the last 2 days you watched 14 hours? Dang. Only November. I mean, because if just in the last 2 days you left my stream open the whole time, you'd be at 14 hours. So that's why I was confused. I mean, it's a lot. I've definitely streamed more than like 48 hours in a month. If anything, I might say it feels a bit low. But I don't know how often you actually leave it open. Right. I will admit, I don't believe anyone could tolerate a full stream from start to finish. I'm not entertaining enough, and the work I'm doing is not interesting enough. I think I have the most success when I'm just like driving around. I'm just literally driving around. Peak watch times. I'm driving the car. I've thought about... There's no reason for me to even do this, but I thought about just like spending... like starting one of my own streams and just listening to it. And seeing what it was like. But no. Who cars? I'll get into it because it's my job. I feel like if I tried that, I think I would, honestly, I think I would stop my stream so fast. Which I guess is a bad thing then, if that's true, if I feel that way. Because the reason I wanted to do it was to motivate myself, and also because I felt like no one else was just spending a long time making something and streaming all of it. And some of them that do it very infrequently. They do it for like 2 or 3 hours a day or something. And they just kind of talk to chat all the time. Open someone else's stream? I have watched other people. Some of them are really good, but like I said, they don't stream long enough. And they either spend too much time talking to chat, or they're just not really working on anything. This guy streams more than you. Is he live right now? Yes. He skipped Monday. No. I mean, maybe. No. I definitely stream more than that guy. Only here to claim the #1 fan throne when you're in the Game Awards? No. Not likely. Well, that wasn't really their first game. I mean, you could say it was, but not really. And yeah, I agree. I think the story is really cool. But that's about it. And the enemy designs are also really cool. Those two things. Story's really cool, the enemy designs are really cool. I'm also of the opinion that third person doesn't really work. I don't think third person is good for games. And since I've been working on a third-person vehicle this whole time, I should mention, it will be first person. I'm just using third person so I can see what's going on around the car. I guess a real test of how well it handles is how it feels when you drive in first person. That'll be a real test. They nailed third person tactical shooters. I just think fundamentally it removes the feeling of playing a game and being immersed in the world. It fundamentally does that. So I don't think it's good for games to do third person. Nothing like Ghost Recon Division, Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six isn't. Have I played The Division? Yeah. I think I may played it for like an hour or two. Do I own these games? Nope. I'm pretty sure I played The Division for a bit, though. Right. Just read it from time to time. I'm trying to remember how I played it. I feel like I did, but I don't know if it was on PC or on a console. It must have been a long time ago. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. These big studios trying to make extraction shoot? Yeah. Yeah, also, like, extraction is not a game. It's like a game mode or a game type. It's like releasing a game and the only thing you have in it is just like an arena PvP, and that's it. There's nothing else. Literally nothing else. That's not a game. It could have been a game before that existed, but that's not a game now. Or like a match 3 game, and that's all it is. You just match the shapes, and there's literally nothing else. That's like the equivalent of what they're doing with Extraction right now. They're treating it like it's a full, complete game all on its own. Ruben needs his own engine. For the destruction, I don't know. I feel like you can do about anything with current engines. You do a game just like that. Maybe it would be easier. If you just built off like a rendering pipeline. There's something on my desk or mouse. Okay, I am making numbers. Okay, I am setting up a course to drive through. I could just literally make it like go for it and make like checkpoints that update as you drive through them, but I don't think I need to do all that. I just need like an arrow perhaps if it's like a sharp turn, and then like goalposts to drive through. They fly now? This will be... I'll just call it a race. And it will be a marker 3D. When I copy these, does it? Yeah, it just counts up. Okay, cool. So a 1. Let's bring this over here. I think I need to make it like up to 2.1, 2.2. Cool. So I guess it's just gonna be like mesh instance and a quad mesh. Although that's not really a quad mesh. What? Why is that not a... Wait, what? Face the camera, it says. It says face the camera. Quad mesh. Glass representing a square mesh facing the camera. Sleep time for me, have fun. Alright, yeah. Have a good night. Sleep well. Dog barking? Seems like not. Alright, how do I make this face the camera? You say sleep bon? Said sleep well. I know there's a way to make this face the camera. How do I make the face? How do I make it face the camera? Do I have to do this? This, and then I can make it face the camera? Billboard. Enable. Awesome. Why billboard? Nice. Okay, YouTube. Alright, keep scale doesn't do anything. Grow. Alright, weird. Color. It's way too saturated. That color seems fine. It should be probably unshaded. Unshaded. Nice. Actually, perhaps vortex shading. All right. Probably should just make it white. Yeah. Probably just make it white. One meter wide is probably pretty good. Maybe it should just be a plain mesh, actually. 4.5 and 4.5. All right, cool. And then, how would I make like an arrow? I guess it would be, oh, can I make a plain mesh and then make it thinner at the top? Nope. Mesh outposts for creating geometry manually? Okay. Array mesh. Still can't modify that. Okay. I can probably do a cylinder. This is probably crazy, but I can do a cylinder mesh with perhaps this color. And basically, I'm just going to do this. And then that will be that. And then I would like to compress the scale on the Z. I can't make it 0 because everything is linked. Alright, cool. Now I have an arrow. If I want it. Arrow. We'll drag this up here, and this will be base. Hit it. Can I actually name this 0? Sorry, 1, 0, 1. Duplicate. It becomes 2. Nice. Okay. Okay. Dog is barking, but maybe he stopped. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. I can have it like hidden from a side. Alright. Don't draw shadows though. I would like you to not draw shadows. Yeah, don't draw shadows. Thought like maybe I had a layer that was just no shadow layer. Okay, I guess not. Off. Okay. Wait, where was it? Here, yeah. Although, yeah, that's kind of where the issue is. The arrow is visible from two sides. I don't want it to be visible from two sides. Can I make it so it's only half? Prism mesh? Can I make this not have one of these faces? I mean, I can make an arrow out of plain meshes, I guess. Yeah, I'll just do that. Just make an arrow out of plain meshes. Point. Rotate it 45. Okay. Is it like that? It's like off by. Okay, sure. Arrow. Right, and I put one arrow there. So first thing is this yeah, big turn here. And I guess I'll throw an arrow in here. Copy, paste. There we go. All right. Honestly, I should almost maybe make a script for this for just have a toggle to enable the arrow, and then which way it goes. And not do that. Okay, got on this way. um yeah. Make this turn. I kind of did a bad thing, actually. This back here. Delete the arrow on this one. So that way you make this turn and you actually see the post right there in front of you. Yeah, delete this arrow. this way. And then my idea is I would go down this road, turn here, and then I would drive down that road out. Is that straight on? Yeah, it is. Nice. Yeah. Just all the way down here. So like go through no. Just push that back. Or... yeah, I think we'll just push that back there. I probably am not really going to use arrows much from here on out. Let me send this off-road here for like a minute. Hey, Deadline. Want to come with me to the FNAF nightclub and VR chat? No. No way. We got... Huh? Frenny Faz Claire. Who is that? I don't want to know, actually. What is this button on? Yeah, I need to unbind that. That's getting really annoying. I keep hitting that by accident and then I lose the rotation for some reason. Delete that. Stop doing that. Awesome. You can't be typing that. You just can't be typing that. I'll leave that arrow there. It's probably a good arrow. Is that a good arrow? Yeah, that's a good arrow. What are those? I am setting up a course to drive through. As like a standard test for the vehicle. So these are just posts that I can drive through. Alright, I think for now that's all I'm gonna do. It's a long time to set this up. I should keep going. I should. And then yeah, I think I'm not gonna be using an arrow for a while. So just like that. I get 2 sticks DDR4 RAM? Yeah, okay. Elon Musk. Alright. How is it? Wait, why are they two-sided? Oh no, they're not. It just looks two-sided from here. Okay. Car driving time. Let's turn to the left here. Right. Right again. And don't go off the map. Okay. Two spare sticks. Okay. Driving is hard. This car is definitely more like a tank than like a racing car. Oh my gosh. That is definitely one thing that I don't like about it right now, is that it feels like it's really hard to turn. So it's very difficult to control this. Or not to control, but like, I can't go at a high speed around corners. Maybe there's just like a scale problem right now, so because there's like nothing else in the world, it's really hard to tell how fast I'm actually going. Or to get a feel for that speed. Because I think I was like trying to take corners at like 40 or 50 miles an hour. So, you know, that makes sense. Yeah, that needs an arrow for sure. This is pretty nice though. It's not a racing car. Yeah. But the question is like, how fun is it to drive this thing? That's the real question. Is it less fun because I can't take corners that fast? Maybe I need to like use the handbrake a little bit for those turns. Yeah, that's honestly, driving with it now, it actually does feel really good. Doing that test. That was good. I wanted to keep going, but I didn't make any more. That's all that I made for it. I want to do this part again. This off-road part. Man, I really like it. I really actually like it a lot. Uh-oh. Yep, there we go. I'm not going to do good curves is good. Mindful of escape routes. It definitely forces you to slow down to take sharp turns. It's very forced to slow down for sharp turns. Speedruns. Speedruns. What would even be there to speedrun? I guess just like collect all the weapons? But what if I decide that certain weapons can't be collected until like a day passes? Like what then? Or maybe like you have to kill 100 zombies. 100's a lot. Alright. Honestly, I like it. I'm happy with that. I'm actually happy with that. It's a good course. I guess this should probably have like a checkerboard or something on it. So it's not just lame. It's not super lame when it ends. Mesh. Path. Dog. Dog. Dog is demanding my attention. Dog. You're good, Red. You're good. You're okay. Okay, so what is it? Like uniform? Uniform. I don't remember how to do this at all. Uniform. Back to size. Six by 3. Maybe 12 by 5. Okay. Uniform size declared but never used. Right, of course. If... Alright, well, I don't remember at all. what I get from shaders. So shader. UV. UV. What is it, like int UVX modulo size x equals 0, then color equals 0. Operator into float, of course. IVEC2? Yeah. Constant cannot be modified. Albedo. Oh, UV X. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, not an IVEC2, just this. Oh, times X. There we go. Is that 12? Nice. So, if this is even, and those are both the same, then we're black. Cool. Oh, right. How do I make a checkered pattern? I mean, I can figure it out, but I kind of am like not doing it correctly. Or would it be like int UV y times size y? Like that? I'm pretty sure there's like a one-line way to do this. Awesome, I figured it out. That's how you do it. Okay. I think it's actually supposed to be adding these two together. Modulo 2 equals 0. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Cool. All right. So I'll make this 4 and this 2, and then that's actually pretty much it. Okay. Checker pattern. And I can modify this, right? Shader parameters. 12 and 6. Cool. Okay. All right, now it's not lame. Now it's not lame. That really messes with my screen, actually. Okay. What changed? In vehicle? Oh, jeez. I deleted an empty line again? Okay. Confused why that was gone again. What is going on? What, like, actually what's going on? That's really weird. Why is it not? Do I have to be in 3D to do that? Okay. This line's been deleted again? What is happening? What? Hello? What's happening? I'm so confused. What's going on? What line is being deleted? I'm adding a line, apparently. That was weird. Alright. Okay. Checker shader and then moving tons of stuff around. And shedding basic shader for that. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. I think it's it for today. I feel like I've actually got something done. I really like how the vehicle controls now. I really do. I'm sure I come back tomorrow and I drive it again and I'm like, I could change this, but I think the steering is there. I think it's there. So yeah, now I think I work on suspension next, and then I get the wheel collision to be better. The suspension needs to limit how impactful it is. I need to add wheel collision, so if I jump on the wheels, I will like, I don't know, launch or something, I guess, I don't know. And then I think I'll add collision with zombies, which will be very nice. And probably small things, like sounds at that point. Or anything else that I think of. Or maybe I take a break and do something else. Because this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Alright. Well, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Probably continuing the vehicle, honestly. I'm really starting to like it. Alright, that's it. Goodbye.